Hello, is everything working? Yeah, it is working. Oh my god. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Welcome to the stream. It's chaotic. I didn't want it to start here initially. Oh god, and I still have to do something real quick. But yeah, I was working up until now. I still have some work stuff open that I have to close before I screen share it. Imagine leaking confidential information in the destroying stream. We are destroying more than Riot today. We are doing more crazy stuff. Yeah, but I already spoiled you. Today we are going to destroy Riot, my previous employer. No, we kind of are, probably. I don't know. We will be going over some videos, which will probably say from the title at least how crazy it is to be there. And yeah, so as someone who was in the chaos, I might be able to, you know, give some information, some funny inputs, some insiders, who knows. So that's the idea for today. We will leak information. No, we will not. Please don't sue me. We will look at it and then I will make my stupid comments as per usual. But I thought it might be funny to have, you know. And for anyone interested, I probably know one or two things. There are things that are that are public by now, so I can speak about them without any trouble, and maybe I can tell some funny side stories that happened during that. Like for example, Bacon. It's publicly known probably by now that we had a project called Bacon in Riot, which was Legends of Runeterra. What happened to that game? I don't know. It died. Is it still alive? I have no clue. Yeah, and other projects. I don't remember the name of everything. We also had different names for Project Isle, for the Wild Forge projects and stuff like that. So yeah, which also has been closed, by the way. I got informed about this at Gamescom last year. When I was meeting up with our previous colleague, it was like, oh yeah, Wild Forge is closed. I was like, what do you mean it's closed? They were so good people. They were doing the best. Didn't we had a good relationship with them? And yeah, so today we will speak about a lot of things. And we can already go over here actually. I can already show you the YouTube screen. Yeah. But yeah, actually I can already go on this. We can already see what's going on here. So the first video is how Riot destroyed League of Legends. Oh wait, they changed the title. He changed the title. I'm 100% sure the title of this video when I researched it was how Riot destroyed League of Legends, and now it's called how Riot destroyed League Classic. Okay, well, this is not good. So it's about something completely different. What is League Classic? I have something in my mind, but I'm not really sure how much I'm allowed to talk about it. But yeah, first, before we start, I will really quickly do something. I have to close a door before my neighbors hear me screaming over here. And I will also grab something to drink, because I don't know how long today's reaction will be, but given that I have some insights, we will probably speak a lot. Yeah, okay, so I will be AFK for like 30 seconds and then we will start with the video. And before we start, and before I go as well, as per usual, oh my god, I cannot even speak. All the videos are linked in the description, so if you wanna watch something by yourself, you wanna send it to your friend, you wanna give the video a like, check out other videos of the channel. Everything you can find it, you know, you just click the like button while you already move your mouse down there, and then you click on open description or whatever it says, and then you can click on all the videos. Everything is linked. Yeah. Okay. But with this being said, I will disappear for 30 seconds. 1 second. Well, 30 seconds, please. Has it been 30 seconds yet? I don't know. But yeah, I grabbed something to drink, which I should probably... I got 2 drinks with me. I got some drink that you can hear right now, ASMR. Oh my god. I got, something with milk. I don't really... I'm lactose intolerant. I don't even know why I'm drinking it, but I already bought it. I had it in my fridge, you know, so... Whatever. Let me drink some chocolate milk, okay? Oh, shit. No, I leaked what it is. Wait, I wanted to make it more mysterious, but okay. Anyway. Yeah, let's get started with the video.
You might not know that once upon a time, a League Classic server did actually exist.
Oh no. Is it Chrono Shift? Don't tell me it's Chrono Shift. Don't tell me this video will be about Chrono Shift. Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I even... Okay.
In fact, this footage is from that very server.
Yeah.
Over the last few years, classic versions of games have become one of the most popular ways to breathe a fresh air of life into a franchise.
Yeah.
Video game companies capitalizing on nostalgia.
Yeah, this is crazy. Like the World of Warcraft classic stuff. I don't know what went wrong with those people. It's crazy. Crazy.
Underdog developers fighting against all odds to create incredible projects that turn into official projects down the line.
Yeah.
This isn't one of those stories.
Oh no. Oh no.
They forced Chrono Shift to...
It is Chrono Shift! Oh no! Can I talk about this? Wait. I have to take off my headset. I'm gonna grab some paper. I have all my paper stuff next to me. So I have to look for a second for my word NDA. I have to check if I am able to talk about any of this. Can you even hear me when I'm back here? I don't know. This is not it. What is this? Okay. Oh, I found it. With my signature on it. Ugh. So this... Can you hear it? Yeah. This is the Riot NDA. It's a lot of stuff. And I have multiple ones. But technically they write the same term or almost the same term in everything. And as far as I'm aware, the Chrono Shift thing was part of my normal work. So I didn't sign an extra NDA for that. And I can maybe talk about this a little bit. Let me check. Position... What else do we have? Right, this is the Riot NDA? Oh no, this is the contract. This is the work contract. Never mind. Where's my NDA? This is something else. Okay, let me check again. I have it somewhere here. If I would have known that, I would have prepared it for the stream. But... yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to let you wait, but I need to check this before I talk about anything that is happening in this video. Is this the right one? No. Oh, wait. I think. Is it this one? No. This is my other stuff. Oh, I found wild stuff. Short-term articular side. I found more wild stuff. Okay, this is where I left off. So this is another NDA, but probably not this one. This is for another project that I worked on, which I will not leak because this is still under NDA, even though I'm 5 years out. No, how long am I out? 3 years or 4 years? I really forgot, you see? That's the problem. I forget things really quickly sometimes. Time is just moving too fast. It's just moving too fast. Where is it? I'm 100% sure I have it here. I don't have it somewhere else, do I? Oh, Matte. What is this? So presentation. Yeah. Okay. So, damn, I found so many old things. I found my... can I grab this? No, don't... Oh my god. I must... No! Something fell out. Why? Okay. Oh my god. Okay. This was a lot of paper. But I have the NDA. And I also found other nostalgic stuff, like my celebration invitation to the League of Legends LAN party. This was for the 10 years anniversary. Everyone got like a personalized letter from Riot, which was really cool as well. I love that. Let me put the stuff back. Actually, I don't wanna damage it too much. So those are my NDAs from Riot. It's a lot, and it's multiple ones. But the one I have at the top is my work NDA. Let me pull it out. So, scope of NDA. Term, definition. Yeah. Non-use, non-disclosure. Do we have a date? No. Exceptions. Return of material. No license granted. Lore. Remedies. MISC. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So. ... shall survive for a period of 3 years following the termination of this NDA, aka of my working agreement, which means I can speak about it. Are you guys ready that I will leak some crazy information? Wait, let me put everything back. Okay. Here we go. Let me put it back in the shelf as well. I will sort it later. So, now we know I can leak information because it's more than 3 years ago that I left, I think. Let me shut the matter. Let me check my LinkedIn. You cannot see that, right? Yeah, perfect. Okay. For a second I got scared. I was like, oh no, I'm gonna leak even more information than I want to. I left Riot. Yes. This was 2022, I think. The Chronoshift thing. So. Yeah, it should be fine. I mean, they will not discover this video anyway. I mean, we are technically... There's still some time left. Technically. But you know what? I'm gonna speak only as much about it as I think is possible. I will not leak any names, of course. I mean, this... Even if it would be... If it would be out already. I still have some months in the Riot NDA. Some... like... 10 months left. Damn, I thought it was longer ago. I thought I left like 4 years ago, but it was 2.5. So, yeah, we still have some time for the NDA. So I can only... I will keep everything on the surface. Maybe... If you want me to deep dive into this, you can write in the comments, and once the NDA is out, I will think about making a dedicated video for it. Okay? Is this idea? I don't know. Should I say a number? Let's say if at least 5 people comment this. If at least 5 people comment this, I will make a dedicated video about it. Then I will speak about more in detail. But yeah, I don't think so many people are that interested into it. I might say some stuff that hopefully will be okay to leak. But yeah, let's see. So I know a lot about Chronoshift. especially because I was one of the people who got involved into this. I remember, what was his name? Litarian or something like that. I really forgot the name. It's too long ago. But he messaged me on Discord. Well, he didn't message me directly. A colleague got messaged, and then I got contacted and was like, what the heck? And then I messaged him and asked what's going on. And then I got involved in all this legal spectacle, let's call it like that. And all the legal spectacle, yeah, the explosion, the gin of legal. Well, it was not even Jin. Who messaged him? Someone messaged him with an alias. I think it was Z. They messaged him with Z, which is such a stupid name. And I was like, why did you even use an alias? Because it made everything so complicated. Because I had to ask around who actually sent the email and who actually freaking messaged him on Discord, which is crazy. But yeah, oh shit. Yeah, I probably spoiling everything right now already, but that will happen in this video. I just noticed that. Yeah, so basically, yeah, let's watch the video, and if there's something that I can add to it or that I can comment on, I will do that. Okay. For now, let's just focus on the video. I don't wanna spoil everything in the next 5 minutes that happened in this video, what he will probably say in this 17-minute video. I already spoiled everything. God damn it. Okay, let's continue. So yeah, they forced Chronoshift to shut down, and they made it in a horrible way. Like, even I was like, what the heck are you doing, guys? What is this? And yeah. It's one of the most like, while I was working in Riot, it was one of the projects that hurt me the most, because it was I'm someone who is community first. I'm a community first guy. Like, every time I see something going on, and they are like, every time, what was there? There was another thing that they wanted to release, and it was connected to the Blue Essence Imperium. I have to choose my words really carefully, okay? It was connected to the Blue Essence Imperium, and they wanted to completely remove it. Completely. And I was like, what the heck are you saying? What the hell are you even thinking? And yeah, so they were talking to me, and we were like, yeah, we cannot continue this because that. And then I set myself, I finished my work, and then I freely, on my own, put on extra hours to develop something. Well, not, I say develop, but it's just working on a project, working on some stuff that works with internal information that I cannot share, but let's say it's, I made like a tool which enabled you to check on specific things on a user's account. I think this is the most vague thing I can put it. And yeah, through that, then I submitted it to the team, and they were like, oh, yeah, actually, this could work. And we could also do this and this. And then I was like, yeah, we can do that. We can give out that and to players. And then with that, the Blue Essence Imperium came back. It came back. I think it was 2020 or 21. Like, we had a big comeback, and we also announced that when you have all skins in League of Legends, like, if you cannot obtain any skins anymore with the Hextech shares, you were able to write to the support team, to the player support, and you were able to get a time limited exclusive skin. That's how it goes. By submitting a support ticket. So if you had all the skins and it was the event, then you just bought a ticket, and then you were able to get one skin for free, which was not available to anything anymore, like the pack skins, for example, or the Black Alistar skin or stuff like this. And yeah, this was a cool opportunity that, for example, I made. And I think we talked about bad stuff. And I don't know how we swifted to the positive stuff. Hello, a certain mysterious virtuoso. How are you doing today? So yeah, those were some things I made in Riot. But to come back to the bad stuff, yeah, Chrono Shift was one of the most painful things I had to myself to get involved in. And also the deletion, the destruction of the League of Legends boards. I was one of the persons who had to assist in writing a community letter because they were shutting down. And I was like, why? I really enjoyed the boards. I like talking to people, making creative stuff. Like back then, we also still had like player tournaments platform and stuff like that. So people were enjoying that and making custom events on the boards. You know, creative events as well. Like write a poem about your favorite champion and get a 20 euro RP gift card, for example. And people were enjoying that, and I loved it so much. So it broke my heart when I was told, oh yeah, the boards are shutting down, and by the way, you are one of the people who have to organize it. I was like, oh, why do I have to do that? So yeah, I worked with some other writers on shutting this down, writing the text, moderating it. Yikes. But yeah, Chrono Shift was also one of, like, I saw the project and I was like, oh, this is so cool. I really love this. But the legal team was like, that's not how it works, my dude. That's not how it works. And yeah, they didn't like it. So we had to shut it down. Well, yeah. My stomach angry at me after eating sunny side egg and Rocky Road what the heck is Rocky Road ice cream for a midnight snack? Oh damn. Yeah, this sounds This sounds understandable. I mean, an egg and ice. This is, I never hear this combination. But what is a Rocky Road ice cream? I never heard of that. But yeah, I just, you know, I was like, let's not leak everything, and now I leaked all the information that I could have, well, on the surface leaked. There's of course more, but that's all that I can recall as of now, I think. Yeah. So yeah, let's check out the video. Wait, you don't know Rocky Road ice cream? No, I can Google it. Let's Google it. Rocky Road ice cream. This really exists? What? A chocolate flavored ice cream. Wait, what? With marshmallows. Wait, what? No, I didn't know that. It looks really crazy though. Crazy. Yeah. Okay, let's actually get into the video. I don't know. I already took so much from it. I probably already told you everything that will happen in this video. Plus side information of what I did actually in Riot. But yeah, let's hope they will not sue me.
Shut down. What's Chrono Shift?
Chrono Shift was a project made by
the community.
Group of people.
Yeah.
A representative of Riot Games attempted to extort them into handing over the code in the chronoshift.dev website.
Yep. I mean, the reasons are kind of okay. Like the issue with Chrono Shift was that the issue was, first, you didn't have control over it. Second, people, like, because you don't have control over it, you don't know if people could look into the source code once they are on the server, for example. You know, things like this. Like, you don't wanna give out source code, especially of old versions, because you don't wanna rework all the old versions in terms of security to support the project, basically, you know. Yeah, shit. I should stop talking. What am I saying? I should stop talking. I'm taking all the video content before the video even starts. I'm so sorry. I will try to shut my mouth right now.
This is the story of a small group of developers who went to war with Riot Games. This is the story of Chrono Shift.
Yeah. I really loved the project. I loved those community things. I loved them so much. Risku. Thank you, Risku, for making this beautiful video. It's already really cool right now. It's already really cool right now. Like, it's crazy. Okay, let's see. What will happen? I hope I will not appear in this video. Maybe I will... Wait, let me check my Discord. Maybe I still have the messages. Maybe I can leak some actual stuff, something. What am I? Wait, my NDA is still there. What am I even saying? Wait, what was his name? Wait, maybe if I just search for Chrono. Okay, it will only check my friend list. Is there a way? Oh wait, find or start a conversation. Chrono. So if I search for Chrono, now I have players there. Can I? No, I don't want to chat with this person. Can you? How do you filter by text in Discord? Chrono. Let me put this one there. How do I don't want to see the person. I just want to search for the text. Chrono shift. Wait, I cannot search by text. What was his name? Labra? Wait, they will probably say it in the video. I can check on my Discord if I still have the messages when we get there. Of course, I cannot show you. Probably I cannot show you my full Discord chat. But maybe I can read some messages. Yeah, Wilds War on League Classic.
March 2017. Right
Yes.
in the middle of a market moving rapidly toward a resurgence of classic games, a small group of passionate developers started to work on a secret project.
Yes.
This project was led by a developer called Lothendra.
Lothendran. This was the name, okay. I said, what did I say? Latedran, Ludedran, something like that. Okay, Lotedran. Wait, what? Did I write it wrong? Oh, I did write it wrong. Lotendran. No, I cannot find anything actually. Maybe the conversation is too old. How old can I check in my Discord history? How long? When I scroll down, my last message that I have in my Discord, they are all group channels. Why are there only group channels? Wait, what? Wait, there are literally only group channels. Wait, where's my latest message with an actual user? Oh, okay, I found someone. My last message is with Ferno. Oh, maybe I should not have said the name. But yeah, the last message there was in 2024. Wait, are they not collecting my message? Oh wait, I changed my PC. Is it affecting the messages? Maybe it's not in the cache. Because I have a new PC. Maybe I don't know. Well, okay. So apparently there will be no leaks today, so please don't sue me, Rad. I haven't done anything. Well, we already leaked some stuff, but nothing too crucial, so I hope it will be fine.
Lothendran, along with his team, only had one goal.
Yes.
Create a way for the community to experience the old League of Legends.
I love that. I love
when you look at the player counts of other classic games...
Back then, League, I played it with friends. You had Dominion game mode and stuff like that. I love Dominion still. Every day I was fighting for Dominion, but they never brought it back. Well, they brought up the shitty version, but not the cool one from the beginning. Yeah, it was so crappy, man. It was so much fun. Like I played top lane, and you just played everything on top lane. I remember I was going top lane with freaking Ashe. And it worked. It was so funny.
Games versus their retail counterparts, the retail version will almost always have a higher population. Despite this, classic versions of games always feel more popular.
Yeah.
If you've noticed this and thought it didn't make any sense,
because
then
it's
you would be alone. But it turns out there actually is a reason
yeah.
behind it. Let's take a look at World of Warcraft, which has one of the biggest classic communities out of any game. The retail player base absolutely dwarfs the classic player base, but the classic version of the game has almost always held the crown when it comes to things like viewership on Twitch, YouTube, and other social media. This
Really?
in turn creates a tight community, which can explain why the game feels more popular even though the raw statistics disagree. Despite a similarly high demand for a classic mode in League, Riot has never officially supported it. So Lathendran and his team made a choice that would change their future forever. They were going to build it themselves. This secret project was codenamed Chronoshift.
Chronoshift, yes.
Their version of the game was going to include old items like Deathfire Grasp and old champions like Poppy and Sion.
It feels so good seeing this again. But it also reminds me, because the new Rift got... When was the new Rift introduced? Like 2013? 2014? 15? Something like that, I don't know. But since then, we are playing on the same map every freaking day. I don't play League so much, as you know, anymore. But technically, you play on the same map for over 10 years. Isn't that crazy? Isn't this actually crazy? And yeah, the resolution back then is crazy as well. You see this right now. This is how PCs were looking. Well, not right now. It's a little bit cut off, but PCs were not having the same resolution as your Windows is having right now. They were a little bit smaller on the sides.
Specifically, it was going to run on the patch where Xerath was released. This was October 2011, right in the middle of Season 1's end and Season 2's start.
Nice.
As you can imagine, creating a server for a version of League that technically doesn't exist anymore was no simple task.
Yeah.
What most people don't know is that at the time, all the building blocks...
Yeah, also back then, the connection was so bad. It was so bad. And I remember the tournaments as well at that time. It failed miserably. It was so funny. I love the scuff.
Blocks you needed
I love
were
the
already
scuff.
available. In fact, Riot were the ones handing them out.
Yep.
Riot used to have a publicly accessible
Yeah, they are still on servers, by the way. Maybe I should have not said that, but he will probably say it anyway, so it's fine, okay? Hopefully it's fine. the versions are still there. We are everything is still being hosted because you still need it for other stuff. Yeah, because the way League is coded, it's spaghetti code. The reason why the client is still looking so similar to the first one, well, not the first one, but like older versions, is because the spaghetti code is so bad that if you want to make a new client, you would have to rework all the League versions, and that's just something you cannot do. And it has to work on the first one technically, which is not possible. I wonder if they are still working on reworking everything and deleting the old ones, but I don't know. I mean, I'm out of Riot for 2.5 years. I have no clue what they are working on. Sometimes I get some snippets of information from previous employees. But I will not speak about them. Like, I'm pretty sure they don't want me to speak about it as well. So, I won't.
CDN. A CDN, or a content delivery network, is like a worldwide network.
I only speak about things that might, damage me, but not my friends or previous co-workers.
Of storage hubs that keep copies of data, like game files, videos, and images, and this is so that they can be loaded faster from a location closer to you. It wasn't just the latest patch data that was stored on the CDN though, it was every patch that League had ever released. This actually did have a purpose behind it. Sites like the League of Legends wiki used to use this to make sure old data was correct, and modders and content creators could use it for making things like custom skins.
Yeah.
When Riot themselves made polls for champion reworks, the old champion models were actually pulled from the CDN. This was good to cover the majority of the assets that the Chronoshift team would need for development of their private server. But then of course, there was still the server part. The Chronoshift team had to rebuild the entire League of Legends server from scratch with no help at all.
Yep.
Aside from the obvious issue of connectivity, this also included all the logic for the game's spells, items, movement, and everything else that came along with it. But as time flowed on, the devs slowly but steadily made progress on their vision. It was right on the cusp of being a playable time capsule, a playable version of a game seemingly long since forgotten. At this point, the developers could have continued to work in the shadows and the video would probably end here. But their next move would land them on the radar of some very powerful people, getting their attention and jeopardizing
my eyes! What are you doing? What was that?
As Lethendrin left his house, he walked past a small package sitting on the sidewalk. He didn't notice it. This package had a slight glow. The next passerby noticed this unusual glow and picked it.
Why did he turn into Yumi? Why? Well, he was Heimerdinger before. Why is it Yumi now? Can it be Heimerdinger with Yumi at least?
Up, taking it home. Upon returning home, he opened it up. Inside was a single sheet of paper. The sheet of paper contained a URL. Confused, he went to his PC and navigated to the website. The website contained countless lines of personal information about him, personal address, browsing history, and exposed passwords. It had all been gathered into one location from years of data breaches and data brokers harvesting and selling this information on the black market. But it...
Wait a minute. This sounds a lot like a incognito placement right now. This sounds a lot like an incognito placement. I'm working right now in influencer marketing. I know my placements. This is incognito. Oh my god, I cannot even speak. I know my placements. Okay, let's see. So, who is this advertisement for? Incognito? Oh my freaking god. Or is it NordVPN?
It also had something else. A button to delete all of this information.
It's incognito.
Once and for all.
I knew it.
Today's sponsor, Aura, helps you remove your personal information from the internet and
say
get
the
it
name.
out of the hands of hackers.
Say
and
the
data
name.
brokers. It also protects you from future breaches, keeps
say
you
the
safe
name.
from spam calls,
Do it.
and also offers a VPN. So
say
you
the
can browse
name.
the internet safely. You can try out
VPN?
Aura completely free for 14.
Oh, it's Aura. God dang it. God dang it. I messed everything up. I was like, oh, I know my placement. I know everything, but I messed up. I'm so sorry. I messed up. Okay, it's Aura.
Aura.com/rescue. By trying it out for yourself, not only are you keeping your personal data safe, but you're also directly supporting the channel.
It was close enough, okay? It was close enough. What? Baron?
On March 20, 2020, a Reddit user called ChronoShiftDev made a new post titled announcing the ChronoShift project, a way to play old versions of League of Legends.
Let's go!
ChronoShift is a work-in-progress server for old versions of League. Supported game clients can connect and talk to the server just like they did when the official servers for those versions were online. This enables players to experience the game as it was at the time. Currently, it only works with a specific game client from 2010, but with some effort it can be modified to support other versions from around that time. And
I also missed the custom animation screens, you know, when you started the game, you had like this GIF image of a champion, the newest champion, or the newest skin line. This was so cool. I really missed that, to be honest.
Further efforts could push the compatibility to slightly newer versions. They had a lot of plans for the server. It was going to include all the champions through to Trundle, so 65 in total, all 14 summoner spells in the game at the time, 5 fully functional maps. This included Summoner's Rift,
so cool.
the autumn and winter versions of the map, Twisted Tree Line, and the Proving Grounds. Despite the team working on ChronoShift for multiple years before this announcement,
Dominion.
it wasn't completely finished yet.
Wait, I think I said Domination the whole time before. Did I? I meant Dominion.
This is part of the reason that the
I don't know. Did I say it right
before it was ready, putting themselves in front of dangerous Riot eyes and dangling the project's future over a chasm of uncertainty. Specifically, they needed some help finishing 3 main parts: runes and masteries, performance, and pathfinding. The basic pathing that would ignore walls worked fine, but it didn't take into account other units, and sometimes units would go through each other and minions would get stuck in the same spot. This was the most serious issue of the 3. Therefore, a large reason for the team making...
Oh, this reminds me of the... There were so funny bugs, but I don't know when it happened. I remember when it was meta to to keep your minions stuck in the jungle until a certain amount is there. Then you unleash them onto the lane and they destroy the enemy turret. Oh my god, this was so funny.
This post in the first place was to try and gather feedback and find possible testers. After all, they were a pretty small team. Because it wasn't finished yet, the code for the game was also all closed source. In their own words, we hope to eventually open source the project, but first we want to centralize testing and avoid issues with bad actors who may attempt to use our...
This is the wrong choice of words. Open source. You should have not have written that.
...work to enrich themselves or would bring the project into disrepute. There's a good chance you
should have not done that.
Open source and closed source thrown around before, but let's talk about how they specifically affected ChronoShift. You're probably watching this video on a computer or a laptop, or maybe you're watching this on your phone sitting in the bathroom. Your computer is probably either running Windows or Mac, and maybe your phone is an iPhone that's running iOS. All of these operating systems are closed source, meaning that the companies keep the code under lock and key.
They will not tell you about
an open source operating system would be Linux. In fact, you can go on GitHub right now and see every single line of code and every single change that was ever made to it.
Yeah, and you can. There are so many versions of it. You can do technically you can make your own version of Linux out of it.
When it was made.
No, if you want that when you press the PC start button, that there will be, I don't know, anime girl dancing before you put in the password. You can do that. hello Ghostface, how are you doing today?
And who made it? The advantage to open sourcing fan-built projects like ChronoShift is that anyone can make a fork of the codebase and build upon it themselves.
Yeah.
This would have eventually turned ChronoShift into something unstoppable. Even if Riot forced the ChronoShift project to take their code down, it would have just popped up again somewhere else eventually.
Yeah, something similar happened to other games as well, by the way, where data scrapers, how do you call those people again? Like people who collect data from games, they started to sell that information, and then those people would make their own servers. This happened to Fiesta Online, to Ion, to wait, how was this other called? Perfect World? Was it Perfect World? I forgot the name of the other game, but it doesn't matter. There are a lot of games like that. Even for World of Warcraft, there are like, private servers, they call it. You have it from a lot of games, and usually you have like a lot of XP, a lot of gold, custom skins on there and things like that. So crazy stuff.
But it wasn't open source, and as soon as that Reddit post went live, the clock began ticking. In the week,
and it's not legal as well, by the way. So if you play on them, just be aware of that. It might shut down. Even if you buy a skin with your own money on those private servers, it might get shut down by a lawyer.
Weeks that followed this post, countless videos of people playing classic League of Legends began to surface. The version of League that people fell in love with, as unbalanced as it was at the time. Some players managed to play more than 150 games in the time it was online, and they shared the insanity.
Wait, back then the games were longer, weren't they? So it was, I think it depends. So let's say a game is 30 minutes. 30 minutes, 150 game. Wait, where's my calculator? 150 times 30 divided by 60. 75 hours. They played at least 75 hours of games.
Of it all.
This is
What
crazy.
It was like to revisit an old version of the game that a lot of people have forgotten about or just never had the chance to experience. These were some of the conclusions that players came to after revisiting Season 2.
Damn.
This, of course, would only last until Riot made their next move, but let's talk about the good times.
Oh no. I already know what's coming. I already told you. Riot Z, the anonymous rioter, is coming up.
While they were still possible. Roles were far more defined and
I can smell him from a mile away.
There were fewer jack-of-all-trades type champions. The carries, usually the ADC and the AP carry mid, were
it was. I think it was first on email, and then they switched to Discord. So yeah, and I remember this day so well because it was chaos. Because someone led it to me, and I was like, "What the heck? What the heck?" And so I went first. What I did, so someone reached out to me because I was in a position of handling the player support, and one of the player support person came to me. Okay, and he was like, "Oh, hey, by the way, this guy, he just wrote to me, and he says that someone with the name Wild Z is threatening him." I was like, "What do you mean?" And then he explained further, and he was like, "Yeah, he had a Riot Games email." I was like, "What?" So the first thing I did was I went into, as per usual, companies have like cool groups. I don't know if I can say the tool that we use for chatting, but let's just say it's a really popular tool, similar to Discord. A little bit, a tiny bit. It's like Discord but professional. And there I went to the global chat where the whole company is, and I might add everyone. Who is Wild Z in this context? And I touched a screenshot and I unfolded the chaos, the chaos, and got dragged into a legal channel. It's crazy stuff happened. And then apparently I was forced to take over the conversation. Well, not take over the full conversation on Wild Z, but I was asked to write with this guy on Discord on my own account, not on Wild Z. And I was like, "Hey dude, what did I write?" It was something along the lines saying, "Hey, I'm sorry this happened to you. We can confirm that this is an official router, blah blah blah. This is someone from a department from us." And I had to explain the situation, why we want to take it down and why it's bad. And yeah, it was so annoying because I don't like it. I love community projects like that. Yeah. I think that's pretty much all I can say to it. If I go way further into detail here, I will get sued. I will probably get sued if I go more in detail.
Typically the only damage machines of the team.
Yeah.
Bruisers and assassins were a special case. They still had carry potential in the mid game when they were fed, but they would always fall off as the game progressed. Junglers and supports were lower income, but they were still fun to play because of their unique role in the game. To quote the recap, in Chrono Shift, you don't show up at level 6 or 7 as a Jarvan or Lee Sin and 100 to owe some poor guy with Red Smite.
Lee Sin was crazy.
Instead, your job is to secure map control for your team with ganks and vision. Damage levels were somewhat lower, especially early game in teamfights.
I mean, you have to imagine, back then no one had any clue what they were doing. They were just playing the game. They were like, "Oh, this champion looks fun, let's play." And then they were just doing something. Like, as long they got gold, they were like, "Oh, I'm good, I'm making money, I can buy stuff." So that was this was how people were back then. They were just like, "Oh, I make money." Of course, they know their champion well, they know a little bit the mechanics, but they were not doing something too crazy with it, like those crazy Lee Sin moves, for example. If you look worlds, the first worlds, you will be like, "What the heck are they doing? Are they silver people? Are they from silver or gold? What's going on there?"
Were longer.
Yeah.
Laning phases were more about efficient trading and less about all-ins as a result of the lower early damage. The laning phase felt more like a good game of chess and less like a Street Fighter match. ADC was weaker early game, but it was a scaling monster at 3+ items. The feeling of having agents...
Especially, like, Infinity Edge was the craziest item you could have gotten back then.
See on the outcome of the game was much higher because you knew every CS that you got was one step closer to your huge power spike. And finally, the champion balance did not hold up. With everyone being so much better at the game than they were in 2011, certain champions like Lee Sin was super OP. He was so far ahead of every other jungler that it just wasn't even a contest. There was also some items like Deathfire Grasp, which were insanely powerful, to the point where people just started making...
Oh, I missed the mana item where you can just get mana back. This was so cool.
lobbies where the item was banned. If you weren't around back then, Deathfire Grasp
was a spell which gave you mana. Or the old wound system. This was crazy as well. You could just, you could just go completely crazy. You can only with a room page without items you could like beat people up.
An item that originally built out of cards
was crazy.
and Fiendish Codex. If you were playing Vagar, for example, and you got to 1000 AP, you'd be doing a total of 55% of someone's max health with a point-and-click item on a 1-minute cooldown.
Yeah.
This even led to the community and devs discussing light balance changes. They didn't know this at the time, but they wouldn't even have the chance to. When Chrono Shift was initially announced, a writer left a bit of a foreboding message for the developers. Hijacking to say, please don't do this. We have a very simple and easy to read policy around developing products around Riot Games. Please read the legal jibber jabber, yes that's what it's called, and the policies on developer.riot.
I love this. Every time we have conversations about legal with the community, it's like legal jibber jabber, and then we always write something like, yeah, that's the name, that's how it's called.
Games.com.
It's always the same. I love it.
The relevant parts of the policies.
Oh damn, they said his name? Do you give his name?
Developer.riotgames.com. Riot Gene.
Okay, well, I'm not the one who's leaking it. I'm not the one who's leaking anything. I will not say if he's Riot Z or not. Damn, I was thinking about what how can I put this without exposing anyone. He's not Riot Z, but yeah, I don't know what to say. All I can say is probably nothing, actually.
The relevant parts of the policies that he was referring to were please don't take any part of our IP, e.g. character appearance, abilities, maps, icons, items, etc. and use it in a game or app.
Yeah, and this was basically, we took everything and put it in everything.
Despite this comment, the project carried on for almost exactly a year, from March 20, 2020 until April 20, 2021.
Yep. I think that's what I said in the beginning, right? 2021? I don't know. Yeah.
That's the day that the lead of the Chrono Shift project received one of the most infamous messages in League of Legends history.
Here we go. I can smell him from a mile away, Wild Z. I can smell you. You hear that? I can smell you.
Hi, Zed here from the Riot Games security team.
There we go.
I'm sure you can probably imagine why we might be reaching out to you, but in the interest of keeping things brief, we need to talk. I see you're on Discord.
Yep.
Now, shall we?
I told you. Oh my god. Yeah. Let's listen. I will try to not, leak too much information. I should really shut up my mouth right now before I get actually sued by Riot, because my NDA is still there for about 8 months. My NDA is still on. It's still there. Oh boy.
The Riot Games legal team isn't super thrilled about your project, unfortunately, and is looking for a way to come to a mutually acceptable end to it. The courts are always an option, but it's long and messy, so we thought we'd do some outreach to see if we can work together to prevent everyone the trouble. Lethendrin was in the middle of—
Wait. But they left things out. That's not everything they wrote. I saw the messages. They were not that friendly. They were not so friendly, and they were way longer as well. But yeah, probably for the purpose of the video he cut it down a bit. But yeah, they were not that friendly. That's what I can tell you.
Getting set up at work, but nevertheless was still—
And they were super unprofessional as well. That's why I went into this channel and was like, who the heck is that?
Happy to discuss the project. I admire the effort to cleanse your channels, but I'll be real with you, that's making me think like you don't have a ton of interest in cooperating. At the end of the day, that's fine, but I'd urge you to give us some credit. We archived all your messages long before you nuked the channel. You can delete the private channels too, if you'd like. Mod chat, backend to do, game issues archived, old videos, etc. But I'd prefer you didn't, since it really won't do you any good
Like, what is this language even?
Obviously put a—
This is such a threat. Can't you make it friendlier? Can you say please? Can you say anything?
A lot of work into Chrono Shift, but I assure you that the Chrono Break is coming. It was hard for anyone—
This is so cringe. Seriously. And it came to the moment that he actually he went on probably on the League official Discord, and he asked people with the official role if this is an actual rioter, and that's that's how it landed on my desk. That's how it landed on my desk because people forwarded it to me. And I was like, what the heck? So yeah, super unprofessional, like crazy.
Anyone to believe that an actual representative of Riot Games, speaking on behalf of the company in charge of the biggest game in the world at the time, would conduct themselves like this.
Yeah.
Me personally, as you guys know, I've worked with Riot a couple of times. I've modeled for them. What I said immediately
Man, it's good.
when I saw all of this was, there's no fucking way.
Yeah.
There's no
That was my reaction as well when I saw this screenshot the first time.
way that this is actually Riot. How is Riot going to send their most angsty edgelord teenage son with the least amount of professionalism to cease and desist an entire project?
I appreciate the effort, but you can dispense with the scare tactics. Understood, and I appreciate that you're taking the time to speak with me, but let's not try to work around each other. If it was...
Yeah, my goodness. Yeah, this was not a good day. This was really not a good day.
Scare tactics Riot wanted, you wouldn't be speaking to me. The writer then laid out the company's demands. One of the other developers who worked on the ChronoShift team has had their name redacted from the original message. Hand over the chronoshift.dev website to us, hand over all source code, tell us all identifiable information you shared with, and what identifiable information you shared with.
I was thinking about leaking stuff, but I should not. It's on my fingertip, you know. I'm like, so much power. Nah, but I will not do it. I will not leak anyone's name or anything. So if you are hoping for that, I'm not gonna do it. I will try my best to keep everything on the surface information that I can probably tell without getting into a lawsuit or breaking my NDA. Yeah.
With you. Not necessarily required, but I'd be curious to know how you and broke down the workload. Give me a moment to confer with... Sure, but for what it's worth, it is my understanding that there isn't really anything to the legal strategy you referred to in the informational channel. With respect, sir, I'd appreciate if you could turn off the scare script kiddie script with me.
Yeah.
I am willing to cooperate, but I find this sort of attempted browbeating annoying. The conversation didn't seem to be proving fruitful for
And it kept on like that. It kept on like that. It was so stupid.
The party. Lithedra and the ChronoShift team had gone through extensive talks with lawyers. They were convinced that they hadn't broken any laws. They weren't distributing any Riot assets. If someone wanted to play ChronoShift, they'd have to download files from the CDN that Riot themselves were hosting. I would appreciate to know exactly what you intend to accuse us of. As you've clearly been lurking our channels, you must know the great lengths we've gone through to avoid distributing your materials except via channels you already provide.
Exactly.
That is correct. Till now, I've said give this or we will sue. That's the offer. Give me what I'm looking for and we won't sue. Refuse and we will. The ironic twist is that
it's so stupid. It's so stupid, man.
In order to see hidden...
I really hate seeing this right now. I really hate seeing this. It was one of the projects, I already spoke about it.
Channels on the ChronoShift Discord server, Zed used an add-on that broke Discord's terms of service. Here's my counteroffer. I cut ties with this project, and I tell to shut it down immediately. I can't compel him to do anything though, that's on you. I don't control the website, and I don't want to rat on other people. If you know who they are already, you can threaten him too. Otherwise, feel free to serve me. I wish I could say it's been a pleasure. This conversation was so unprofessional from the side of Riot.
It's so stupid. So stupid. Like, you have to imagine this guy actually messaged us. I don't know if it was... Maybe it was someone else as well from the people who were working on it. But they sent us screenshots and everything. And they reached out to us to ask if this is an actual official. Because it's so unprofessional. It's so stupid. And yeah, it's crazy. Crazy.
That when the screenshots were first released to the public, most people thought it was a hoax.
But apparently, news came out today that this was real.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Lethendrin released a statement on behalf of the ChronoShift team explaining their side of the story. Today, Riot Games' security department has contacted us and tried to extort us into handing over our code and website to them. To our best knowledge, in the assessment of lawyers specialized in IT copyright we talked the project over with, we haven't done anything illegal. ChronoShift has not interacted with the live game or live game accounts in any way.
The issue is that the IP belongs to Riot, so you somehow will use the icon, something from them in there that will enable them to actually, you know, sue you. That's the issue. They can do with it what they want, technically, because it's their logo, it's their champion design, you know, and you will probably, I mean, it's called ChronoShift, which is also an item in the game, and yeah. I would have loved to see this project succeed, to be honest, and maybe even Riot, you know, taking over it and being like, oh, you know, once a month we have a cool event where you can play a specific version with old skins or stuff like this, you know. It would have been so cool if they would have worked on this together, you know, reaching out to them instead of suing them, being like, oh, we really like your project. Would you like to maybe have a, I don't know, specific place you get paid X amount per month to continue working on that, and we make an event once a month where we do this and this and this. You know, it would be so cool to once a month have an event in the client where you can just, you know, select either you go the normal version or you will go to this version that they selected, and then you will play in, I don't know, second season in one month for a week, and then the next month first season with Christmas skins or stuff like that. You know, it would have been so cool. I would have loved to see that, but yeah. Oh boy.
Shape or form. This project has always been about the preservation of the early seasons of League that cannot be experienced anymore. A time capsule for something long gone that people still express a lot of interest in to this day.
Yeah, that's
shortly
true.
After
I mean, I just spoke about it.
Shift had been shut down. Riot took
you could have made it such a cool project with the community, you know, on Riot's end, but instead you are like, we don't like this, shut it down. So stupid.
A CDN without any official statement.
Personal opinion, by the way.
9 years of history vanished into thin air.
Yeah.
Its only remaining trace belongs to the few members of the community who created backups for personal reasons. Another team wanting to replicate ChronoShift's efforts would have a much more difficult road ahead of them.
Yeah.
Right now, ChronoShift and any other possibilities of a classic League server remain a distant fantasy, but the team behind ChronoShift still lives on. Over the past few years, they've been developing their own MOBA from scratch.
Oh, wait, what? Syndicate of Souls, yeah, of Souls. Let's check on it. Syndicate of Souls. They have their own website as well. Oh, well, this looks familiar. Okay. They're in the alpha right now. Oh, this looks actually really cool. I like the art. Oh my god, just seeing that. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Are there 4 turrets on the lane? I'm not sure. Okay, but yeah, this is cool. Retainers. They call them retainers. Okay, so what do we have? We have Lisin, or we have Morgana, we have Cassio. Okay. Oh, frick. Why Fizz? I hate Fizz so much. At least Timo is not here. That's a good thing. And vessels are items or virgins? What are the vessels? Oh, this is so cool. Okay, FAQ. This is super cool. I will probably check this out later, actually. Okay, good to know.
Called Syndicate of Souls. Their aim is to capture the feeling that early League had. Early previews have been met with
I can see that.
Positive feedback. Two different sides to the same coin. On one side, a project destroyed, never able to live long enough to see its full potential.
Yeah.
On the other side, a new project, born from the ashes of Chronoshift, an idea that may never have been realized if not for the persistence of Lithendren and the rest of the developers.
Great video, super cool video. Oh, Risku. You almost have the same name as me. Yeah, this was a really good video. Should we leave a comment? Oh, he has enough comments. Should I write something about me commenting on it? I can't believe Riot sent their strongest Reddit mod. Yeah, that's true. I can't believe this. Riot Z was trying so hard to impersonate a hacker anime protagonist. Yeah, it was so cringe as well. Like, yeah, I already said it many times. I think. Yeah, I will probably leave a comment after the stream that I spoke a bit about it. Thank you for the video, something like that. Yeah, really cool video. Yeah, I would have not have thought that we will speak for 1 hour on that. Well, I for like 10 minutes I was searching for 2 documents as well, but yeah. Okay, but really good video. Really liked it. Let me give it a like as well, just so you know. The toxic. Why is this video here now? The toxic meta that broke League of Legends. You know, should I watch it now? What else do we have? The Ultimate League of Legends Iceberg explained. Should we replace this or not? What happened to Legends of Runeterra? Well, it finally caved the pressure, but worse is to come. And Riot revealed why Wildforge died. Yeah, I mean, we know League is existing still. And to not make the title so clickbaity at the end, we will watch how Wildforge died. That was my thought process. You know what? We're gonna watch this video here right now as well. Or should we? Should we replace it with this one?
The Ultimate League of Legends Iceberg.
There's a War Thunder placement in there. This is crazy. Should we watch it? Yeah. I have to include it in my description.
Since League of Legends launched in 2000.
Yeah. Clash of Fates, I know. Okay, so let me really quickly go to my channel. I will include it in the description. Let me edit. Shotomate kudasai. Shotomate. Edit video. I hope this will not break the stream. Okay, second video will be this one. And then the iceberg is the third one. Then we have the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one. So we will watch 6 videos today. And then at the end we still have the Japanese learning. Oh god, let's see if my brain can make it. Okay, let's watch the toxic meta that broke League of Legends.
Since League of Legends launched in 2009, there have been countless strategies and metas that in some way broke the game's balance. There is one specific meta in 2018 that is credited not only with ruining solo queue, but also professional play. This meta was so hated by the players, the casters, and the viewers at home that Riot was forced to intervene. Meanwhile, in solo queue, this is what was happening. We'll be talking more about that later. This nightmare meta...
sorry, I was not paying full attention. I just got spammed on work chats. But I think it's overall fine. Looks like it can still wait a tiny bit. Okay, let me close my Slack. Okay, there we go. Oh, maybe I should have not said that. Well, whatever.
Has such an impact that to this day, 7 years later, it is still considered by many to be the worst that the game has ever seen. It was so despised that Riot is still actively...
Yeah. Speaking of toxicity, can I say that? I will give you some secret insights now. Which, wow, that's hopefully fine with me leaking here. But At least when I still worked there, you know, 2.5 years ago. The toxicity is like, I know how people are like, oh, League of Legends, toxic game. It's not so bad. It's just the amount of people who are playing it. And I think there are more toxic people. I think the statistic was higher in the US than in other regions. But globally, nobody will believe me this probably, but globally, the amount of toxic people, like where something toxic is detected or reported or banned or whatever, it's below 1%. It's below 1%. And the reason why sometimes you experience or have a mind like, oh, League of Legends toxic, is because bad things stay in your mind way easier. Like you will you don't remember me, for example, the nice guy who writes every match I write at the beginning, I write good luck, have fun, and at the end I always write GG. You will not remember me when you play with me. You will not remember me writing good luck, have fun, or GG at the end. You will remember this guy who went on full crash out mode in the chat. That's who you will remember. You will remember him 100 games from now. But me, the GG guy, you will not remember me. You might remember me for 1 or 2 games, but that's about it. And that's why people think League is toxic. And also it's always one of 10 people who is crashing out. So yeah, it's less than 1% from the statistics that I know and seen. And yeah, I would say we are really accurate. Like the mechanism that we had was pretty accurate. My personal opinion. My own personal opinion. And Valorant is also way more toxic than League, by the way. But still less toxic than CSGO or something like that. Okay. With that out of the way, let's continue watching the video.
Making changes to keep this strategy from ever returning. But it's so strong and so smart that it keeps coming back anyway. If you played League back then, you already know what I'm talking about. Yeah. This video is going to cover the rise and fall of the funnel meta and the legacy of one of the most toxic and hated metas of all.
Oh, will we talk about the broken items? Back then you had items, partially, which were freaking banned. I remember one time there was a bug with an item, and it was so strong that we were like, okay, everyone who plays this item now, report them and we will ban them. I remember this. This was so stupid. When people were reaching out, why was I banned? You used this item. We told you not to use it. Oh, this was so stupid. I'm sorry. I had to make a comment on it.
And it's really boring to watch.
I think the funneling should be nerfed. Most pros think.
Hey, what was his name again? Freak? Was it Freak?
Be nerfed. And from what I have seen, most players at home also think funneling should be nerfed.
They're clearly just about not letting G2 play this like really.
Oh, I missed those names. Perks, Wanda. Wait, Wanda switched to Fnatic at some point. Vipo. The good old Fnatic. I was a Fnatic fan. I'm sorry. I like Fnatic. But I also like G2 for some reason. I also sometimes I also helped in esports, and G2 was always nicer to me than Fnatic, which is sad because I like Fnatic more. But they were always super cool people.
Oh, what's that? You don't like it? This looks like it's a practice game. The observer's like, yeah, we'll just play.
What happened? Oh my god.
This is the matter.
Yeah, freaking Guaga support.
Looks like it's a
Fiddlesticks, we recently had this. Lulu 80. Oh my god.
Like, yeah, we'll just play fun stuff. No, this
I love this. I love this picture.
The funnel meta is one of the most well-known in League's
I remember Gavin Yumi. This was so funny as well.
The strategy involved funneling as many resources as possible onto one single player. This was in the form of a laner and jungle duo, usually in the mid lane. One player played a carry and the other a supportive champion. The carry would clear the jungle, taking all the golden experience. The support would stay in lane and hold the wave so that the carry could farm it instead. This meant that the carry would be getting double the amount of gold experience that they were actually balanced around having in a normal game of League. And this broke League's balance entirely. The funnel strategy overall was a disaster for professional play and led to some of the most ridiculous competitive matches of all time, including a game that had 3 smites and no jungler. But before we talk about that, we need to look at where this meta even came from. Who discovered it?
To be fair, in the beginning, in the really beginning, when you didn't have a jungle, even after you know, the jungle was added, people didn't care much about it. They still played 2 people on top lane.
And how? Well, if you look it up, you'll find all sorts of information saying that it started in 2018.
Quite a while.
This is partially
like at
true,
least
but it goes back way
3-4 months
to a different game mode entirely. Twisted Treeline 3v3. This was an old League of Legends game mode that was removed in 2019. For years, funneling was the meta in this game mode. One champion would take all of the resources from the top lane.
I had my peak time in League was when there was Twisted Treeline. I remember one game where I made, how many was it? Like 50 kills because the enemy in rank, by the way, but because the enemies were so stupid. It was so funny. And they didn't understand how the game worked.
The origin of the funnel meta in League. Even on Summoner's Rift, parts of the funnel strategy had started to show up very early on. In Season 2 and 3, it was expected in competitive play that you'd see the mid laner take wolves or raids
they were so peak.
Due to the lead that it would give in lane. Then, of course, they'd start taking blue buff too. Jungling was truly a miserable experience. In 2017, though, a full year before the funnel strategy gained popularity, boosters on the Chinese servers were using it as their go-to strategy. You can even find posts from people around this time confused about what this strategy was, asking for explanations about how they lost so fast with seemingly no counterplay. These boosters relied on ranking accounts up quickly and reliably to make a living. So if there's an optimal way to rank up, they're going to find it. And that is exactly what happened. Master Yi and Tarek would eventually become the faces of the
MVP.
But on the
They
Chinese
were
server,
indeed
it was
the
originally
MVP.
played mostly with Kayle instead of Tarek, using her ultimate to make Yi.
And what just happened? I was about to say I really miss the clubs. The clubs was also such a good system to, you know, go into a group, but and display it like you have. But there were also a lot. I remember we had a lot of issues with people naming the clubs inappropriately. But the same is happening with Clash, so you know.
Heal and buff Yi while holding items like Ardent Censer and Knight's Vow. Ardent Censer, even on its own, was very strong at this point. It's worth noting that even though this was long before the Worlds 2018 incident, people knew Ardent was going to be a problem. But
Sona ADC. Oh my god. Sona, who else do we had? We had Soraka. Soraka was there at some point as well. The banana scepter of doom.
Story for a different video,
crazy.
Which you should definitely check out. After collecting as much gold and experience as possible, Master Yi would just stat check anyone in his way. It didn't matter if it was 1 person or 5 people. No need for skill expression, no need to counter anything. Just right click and let the enormous experience and gold
almost like Katarina.
do all the work. There was really nothing that could be done by the enemy laner to deal with this when done properly. Once Kayle hit level 6, they would just walk on you under your tower and you would just lose. This is all based around solo queue though. It wasn't until 2018 that the funnel strategy really started to get popular and made its way into pro play.
Oh my god.
There were a ton of balance strategy really started to get popular and made its
Look how young they look. Look at them now. Wait, they are not even playing anymore, are they?
way into pro play.
What are they doing now?
Balance changes that Riot had recently made which contributed to this. Patch 8.10 nerfed early game junglers, reducing the experience they received. It also massively buffed Scuttle Crab, shout out to me. It now gave over 10 times the experience from level 1.
Oh yeah, he has a shuttle
scaling even further throughout the game. This was a huge buff to funneling, because the team that was doing it was able to have complete control of Scuttle Crab as they had permanent lane priority. There was nothing that could be done to contest them, especially because early game junglers had just been nerfed. So there was even less of a chance of successfully contesting the duo. This was also a time when challenging smite still existed, and it was ridiculously strong. It basically made it impossible to lose most 1v1s. It dealt damage over time, it made the enemy deal less damage to you.
Yeah, I remember this.
Their lunch money. There's not much that it didn't do. Patch 8.11 also nerfed AD carry as a role, brutally, to the point where it was normal to see champions like Yasuo, Vlad, or Heimerdinger instead.
I remember those times. I remember playing ranked with a friend, and we were like, you know what? This is messed up anyway. And I played Yasuo ADC, and he played Master Yi support. And we won. We won. And I got feeded as well. I went out of this game with, how much was it? With like 20 kills or something like that. It was so funny. It was so funny. And it was so stupid as well. But, like, people wanted to dodge the game because they thought we were trolling, but we convinced them to stay and play the game. And then, what can I say? 3rd minute, first kill. Yeah, what can I say? And then we wrote in the chat, see? And we told you it will work. It was so funny. I got so scared that I will lose my job, my dude. I got so scared I will, you know, get banned. I played that game when I was in the office, in the Riot office, on my working PC. And people looked at me and they were like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, it was so funny. It was so funny. I remember. This was so fun. This was so fun. Good old times. Good old times.
As a result, AD carries...
It really happened. I think I still have a screenshot of that somewhere. Where do I? No, I don't have my SD card here. Where? Whatever. But yeah, maybe if someone asks for it, I can just show you the screenshot. You can probably... There are websites who are logging your full history, right? You can probably find the game as well on my profile. Somewhere. Yeah, it was so much fun. It was so much fun. Like, the broken meta is always when it's the most fun. Because you can just play anything. And it's either you're gonna lose your full honor. Or you will win everything and have so much fun. Yeah.
Relied on either having massively increased income from funnel or built mostly AP items.
Damn, that happened to Jankos.
All of these things happened leading up to the 2018 LCK summer split. And in the very first match, this is what happened.
LCK, here we go. Summer
2018
meta, reveal yourself. Oh, there it is.
Oh my god, there we go. It's Disco Nunu.
Playing it in solo queue. To me, the only reason you'd first pick the Nunu is take the Cutlass. against it.
Oh, there we go. Look how they are laughing as well. They are like, this is so stupid.
First game of LCK 2018 summer, and we're gonna get it right away.
Oh boy, here we go. They are all laughing except him.
Let it waft over you. This is the new meta.
He's the suffering the most.
In the mid lane. It's just like, it's 2v2 in the jungle right now.
Yeah.
The game progressed slowly, with both teams just taking jungle camps and clearing waves. Eventually, the two funnel duos encountered each other in the river, and it was time for some impressive gameplay.
Some fighting.
Their first 2v2 fight, the Taric ultimate comes down, and Bono is just gonna
damn. Yeah, Taric is really strong there.
Even burns his flash, unfortunately. Will be ulting here, but Max is gonna survive. And now Ignar on the run. Really nowhere for him to go. Should be an easy 3-for-0.
This was a good one, actually.
Maybe Master Yi is truly the chosen one. He's got 3.
Even though it was the first pro
yeah, it's already over. He got already too many kills.
It was already
how many kills does he have? 3. Yeah, it's over. He will get his first item now. He will come back and beat everyone up.
Was difficult to deal with, and maybe not the most engaging to watch.
If you're one of the top teams, you're Kingzone watching this, you're KT, you're SKT. Now you know that both these teams are willing to play the Gouda cheese. They're willing to play the Camembert. They're willing to go for cheese. That's frustrating because you can lose a game to this if you lose a team fight and Master Yi gets 3 kills. Maybe you have
look how fast he is as well.
Now you're going to have to put in some legit prep or waste a lot of bans.
You're not getting away from him.
Oh, damn. Here we go.
Where even is Karthus? He disappeared. He's not even here. He's up in the top lane.
Oh, I missed that.
The funnel meta was out in full force. It was a strong
those were good times.
play, but it wasn't required. It could be.
Those were the times where you can just go fully brain dead in. Oh, hello, Josh. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I haven't seen it, sorry. Yeah, I really need to set up the kick follows. The kick stuff. I miss them every time. I just saw... wait, when did it... Oh, never mind. You did it right now. So, okay, I was right on time. Thank you for the follow.
Beaten with a lot of coordination and careful drafting. Riot was hesitant to make changes to funnel at the time because they wanted to see what players would do and how the meta would evolve.
Yeah, let him cook.
This is what
let him cook.
We've seen things like Mordekaiser as a support plus Shyvana jungle, Taric support.
But this shouldn't happen in summer split. This can happen in pre-season, but not in the splits.
Everything is in flux. We don't know for sure what the best strategies are. We've seen teams run both, or one, or the other, or neither, and it's up to what the teams think is best. Over the next few weeks, we'll see them start to solidify what they really do think works for them. I think we'll see some teams say, nope, we are a marksman team, and some teams say, nope, we are a mage team, or we are a super Yi team, or whatever. I think that's really cool that teams can have different approaches to how they play the game.
Meanwhile, in solo queue, this nightmare was occurring. Less than 1 week after his initial funnel strategy, Freak released a patch rundown video. In it, he addressed the impact the funnel was having on solo queue specifically. According to him, Taric and Yi were actually the highest win rate duo in League of all time.
Master Yi Taric, from what I have heard, is the single highest duo in all of League of Legends.
That's cool, though.
Master Yi Taric's win rate is so high.
Wait, when was this?
Peak Xayah Rakan
this was like 2018,
we all know peak Xayah Rakan was real dumb and made every game about them. Master Yi Taric is way better than any of that ever was. It's actually insane. And it's so strong, the game is about them as opposed to the rest of the game of League of Legends. And so, though I think funneling can be interesting.
But I mean, you have so many good support champions for that as well. I mean, we saw it before. Lulu, Kayle, Taric. Like, you can just support one person really easily like that. Who else do we have? Back then, who else did we have? Let me think. Nami? I don't know about Nami, because Nami is more healing. But maybe as well. I mean, her ultimate? Maokai was there as well back then, right? But Maokai... I don't know. I would pick stuff that can keep people in one place. So you can have Yi and Nunu as follow-up. Like, Nunu will slow the people down afterwards, you know. You have them at some position, then Nunu goes ultimate, then Yi goes in, and then they all die. And whatever else is there to keep the people there is there.
Cool pro strategy, and I'm actually okay with it being in my games in solo queue. It is so good, it warps the game entirely, and I think is completely deserving of being nerfed.
Before talking about the nerfs, let me take a moment to introduce you to the sponsor of this video.
There we go. War Thunder.
War Thunder is the most comprehensive
I already saw it in the preview.
And is available now completely for free on PC, console, and mobile. There's over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and
yeah, unfortunately, I haven't worked with War Thunder yet. I primarily work with World of Tanks Blitz, World of Warships, and yeah, the wargaming games. But yeah, I never had a sponsor War Thunder game so far in my offers. Let's see. Maybe in the future.
Anything from the biplanes of the 1920s.
I never played it as well.
Today, War Thunder even has a new mobile version available on both iOS and Android, so you can play it wherever you go. They have detailed vehicles, realistic graphics, and
what if I have a Linux phone?
War Thunder has a community of over 70 million players, and best of all, you can join it completely for free using my download links below.
Wait, you can use all three things in the same game? like in the same match, or is it separated from each other?
You'll also receive a bonus pack for PC.
I thought it's on the airplanes, to be honest.
You'll get 3 premium vehicles and a 50% experience and income boost, among other bonuses, like 100,000 silver lions. This offer is available for a limited time only, so there's never been a better time to try it out. Thanks again to War Thunder for sponsoring this video, and let's jump back into it.
Nice.
The patch nerfed Master Yi, Tarek, and Nunu. Some important context is that the patch rundown
are they in War Thunder as well? Are they the meta?
Strategy had just made its appearance in pro play
Can they
2 weeks ago.
help me there?
Master Yi and Tarek worked well together for mostly obvious reasons, like their ults. But on top of that, Tarek basically
Tarek is insane because you can stun people, you can make them, you know, getting no damage for some time. You can, you can do crazy stuff.
Strike into a guaranteed point-and-click stun, which was clearly really engaging and a lot of fun to play against. Nunu, on the other hand, was usually paired with Karthus, because Nunu's Blood Boil also increased the target's ability power by 40% at max rank to a cap, which let Karthus do this.
Yeah, he went full light Yagami mode. This is crazy. Whoa! Whoa! Okay, I don't remember that, to be honest, but this is crazy.
Since Funnel had appeared in competitive though, pro players began using all sorts of different duos. Lucian and Braum, Alistar and Kai'Sa, Tarek and Kai'Sa, Braum and Kai'Sa, Nunu and Kai'Sa, Talia and Alistar were even being played, and
Talia? Oh yeah, I haven't seen her in a long time as well.
Finding success.
Zoe
One match even had Faker on Tarek against a Camille and Braum duo.
Let's go! Wait, is Faker here? Wolf, bang. Faker, yeah, let's go.
Okay, there we go. But the question is,
let's go.
Is Blossom gonna play Yi, and is Faker gonna play Tarek?
You know who is a much more famous Yi than Blossom?
Who's that?
Faker.
Faker looks pissed off.
In game 1,
I wonder why.
This will never happen because Faker wouldn't play the Tarek. And
that's what you think. That's what you think.
Yes. He's gonna play Tarek in a professional game. Okay, there it is. No swaps.
Here we go.
Seconds and Faker with heal on Tarek in the mid lane. Tarek versus Braum. Tell your friends to, you know, they haven't watched.
Oh my god.
Come on in and just don't tell them anything. And it definitely does speak to the selflessness of Faker. You know,
yeah, he's probably not enjoying that.
Tarek
probably not.
Heal exhaust.
Genji just on the Baron.
This is going to be the end of it.
Oh, whoa.
Ultimate coming out here, but it's not enough.
Damn, they're taking a lot of damage actually.
Finally comes out Blossom trying to do that damage, but he's
whoa.
It's not going to be enough.
This was a really good move.
The last knockup, 3 members go down.
Nice. Well, not nice, but nice.
The thing about Funnel is that strategically it made sense. Even if you ignore the synergy between specific champions like Tarek and Yi, Funnel as a strategy was just smart. It made sense to double the resources of one carry instead of splitting it 2 ways. But Funnel did fundamentally break how the game was designed, because champions were balanced based on having around a certain amount of resources at each point in the game. That is, unless you're in solo queue and your bot lane is 0-10. The strategy actually got even more creative.
Even though I haven't played for a long time.
The LCK summer split, MVP
but the last time I played rank was when I quit Riot, which was 2.5 years ago.
3 smites.
I played some ARAMs
with 2 champions
in the
utility,
most recent weeks,
no
but nothing more than that.
Where's everyone going?
This is definitely looking weird and wonderful.
This puts the int in interest.
Damn.
Before the 3-minute mark, MVP had both their top and mid lane duos.
Is Africa still in esports?
If one
Are they
funnel
still
is
there?
wrong, 2 funnels make a right.
I've decided that instead of talking about the strategy here, I'm just going to let it play out and think about it after the fact. My brain power is limited. It is the 7th game of the night.
Yeah.
7th game of the night, and we've got bot lanes, solo, Karthus, smite, teleport, with support.
Yeah, I mean, you are used to casting a certain way and give certain commentary because you know the items, you know how it usually works, and now this happens, and you're like, okay, what the heck is going on?
Roaming around the jungle.
It's crazy.
Max with a smite, Mordekaiser top lane, 2v1 against Anar.
By putting 2 players mid and 2 players top, they had priority in both lanes, and also put more gold onto their carries than the other team could. They actually went on to win that game.
What was
it was
this
a really
name?
interesting innovation, and it is really cool to see even now.
Wait,
but as interesting as Funnel was, and as strong as it was, the strategy still wasn't being played in every game. It wasn't the only option available, and it wasn't unbeatable. Pro players could coordinate and defeat this strategy in a way that simply could not happen in solo queue. During Misfits versus Fnatic, for example, Misfits countered this strategy by invading early.
And as you guys can see now, he might actually die. Nope, flashing away from that one. It's a very long level 1 fight.
Yeah.
Ongoing top lane. There's some action as
Right, they're all there except the Shen. They are fighting top.
It's not over yet.
They're just gonna keep pushing forward.
But no, Shen. It's the ultimate, right? Yeah, it's the ultimate where you can go to your teammates. Okay, never mind. Whoa. Oh, he's dead. Damn. Damn, they took the jungle as well.
Okay, so the entire thing that happens here is when you're against this strategy where you are forced
this is crazy.
mid laner with smite, caps in this case on the Kai'Sa. Teams really want to invade early on to try and disrupt this early clear. All right.
Last split, about 33% of his team's damage.
Oh, they're taking it again?
The jungle pool there, but
they're getting bullied down there.
Here for Fnatic.
Oh, invade and fight.
Oh my god.
Down. Fnatic have nothing left. Misfits once again stating their dominance over Fnatic.
We already said this 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, this game is done. It's done. It's done.
From just taking jungle camps. And if you shut down Caps, there is no damage on Fnatic's side.
Yeah.
Caps was still able to get his early farm, but Misfits showed.
Damn.
We don't even have a jungler. Our bot lane can just win. And they went bot lane. Hansama gets the first kill. Hansama gets the second kill by just
this is crazy.
And suddenly,
crazy. I don't remember those games. I probably watched them, but I don't remember those. I don't know. Because back then, there were a lot of events for esport as well. Like they were like watching rewards. When you watch, then you will get special rewards and stuff like that. Or was it a season later? I don't know.
Caps and he will take over the game and be the highest level. Ruined.
Misfits went on to win that game, and in BBQ versus HLE, they used the exact same strategy.
Level 1 though, that's even louder. The axe is going to miss though. Without an undertow, it might be difficult.
Hanwha live.
Have to flash after the second one lands. That's a flash in. The apprehend taken
I saw them recently popping up somewhere.
Really have
but I don't know in what
lanes
context.
Were also vulnerable to being ganked. Plus, if you managed to put the hyper carry behind, the game was basically over because they were all the damage on the team. Some teams, though, like G2, did find a ton of success with it. After week 2 of the EU LCS, Perks had a KDA of 49 to 1, while Jankos had KDA of 50 to 1.
That's
the twist
so
is that
crazy.
even though the strategy wasn't mandatory, and even though it could be beaten, everybody seemed to hate it, including Jankos.
Please just change the gold funneling strat so I don't need to play Braum again. But I think it's fun. I think it's fun. I really think it's fun.
You can see, wait, those are the unicorns in the background, no? Are those the unicorns? I miss them. Yeah, it is the unicorns. I miss them so much. Oh man. It's good to see them again.
You want, and I love the fact that sometimes you can go for the gold funneling instead of normal jungle. Yeah, it's just so boring sometimes when you're just sitting on stage and you're just like shielding people and like hitting minions, and I honestly don't know how a support players can play supports.
And let's face it, no one really wants to watch the best mid laners in the world play Taric for Master Yi.
Yeah, probably not.
Only 2 weeks after Freak's
you will
comments
probably
about
not
waiting to see
get the
how meta would
craziest
evolve,
plays out
Riot
of that.
Meddler made a post addressing the funnel strategy
Yeah.
because the feedback around it was so bad. In the post, Meddler said that
it's so good to see the bots again. Look, those were the bots. That's what I talked about in the beginning. About one of the projects that I unfortunately had to close. I miss them. I miss them so much.
addressing the funnel strategy because the feedback around it was so bad. In the post, Meddler said that gold funneling simply made lanes play out in an uninteractive way. Plus, putting 2 income streams, one from the lane and one from the jungle, onto a single champion was going to cause even bigger issues with balance. At the 15-minute mark, a champion that was funneling would already have about 50% more gold than the enemy laner. It went on to say that they couldn't find a fix that was low on disruption to normal jungle gameplay, while still meeting their design values on intuitiveness and clarity.
Sure.
Even though they couldn't find a good solution, they thought funnel was too much of an issue, and they were going to go ahead.
What just happened? I'm getting more spam. Okay, let me check on that real quick. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, yeah, no, this can still wait a little bit.
Ahead with a temporary solution anyway, that Meddler called a pretty
I will get on it in about 2 hours. Maybe finish
they're
the
going to implement a
reactions.
change that even they call ugly and heavy-handed. You know you're about to witness a circus. The Band-Aid fix was to heavily reduce the gold received from lane minions if you had a jungle item and also the most gold on your team. This is what Freak had to say about it during the patch rundown 1 week later.
This is going to be a contentious change, but I want to bring up several topics here, okay? Let's talk about 1. Should funneling be nerfed? Now, I think yes. You might have a different opinion, but I think funneling should be nerfed.
Probably.
In an appeal to authority. Most pros think funneling should be nerfed, and from what I have seen, most players at home also think funneling should be nerfed.
Yeah.
I think the majority of the league base is saying, hey, we don't find this fun, we don't find this interesting, we don't want funneling to be a thing anymore. So
it's understandable.
The idea of, hey, let's find a way to nerf funneling is, for most people, at least for the majority.
You could have nerfed it kind of. By, I don't know. How could you nerf it? No, you cannot really. I was thinking, you know, do you know the rubber, how do you call it again? Rubber band strategy? Something like that. It's when, basically, it's usually used in solo player games, you know, like racing games. When you are too far ahead of the NPCs, this rubber band effect strategy, however you want to call it, is coming in place, and it's pushing the NPCs closer to you, like a rubber band, you know. The further you get away, the faster the enemy is coming back to you to catch up, and at some point it will just, you know, if you are losing speed out of sudden, they will just pass you by. So I was thinking maybe you could have resolved something like that, but something similar, you know. The enemy team gets more gold for killing minions, but this would also be really unfair, because then how do you scale it back, you know? Because one team is focusing on getting one player stronger, while the other team then gets everyone stronger. Means you can fight back faster, but it's also, you know, yeah, I don't know. It's also unfair. Yeah, crazy. It's hard to be a balanced team.
Removing it is a good thing.
But, yeah.
The most interesting thing about the funnel strategy and what Riot was trying to do is that they weren't trying to balance it. They were trying to remove it. And they were doing this not because it was always played or because it was always the best strategy. It was being removed because it wasn't fun to watch, it wasn't engaging to play, and it
Okay, I will leave this on for 1 second. I have to really quickly do something. And then I will be back to the stream. I'm sorry. I have to do this really quickly. Hey everyone. Okay. Okay. How do I formulate this the right way? Alive by Wednesday. Okay. Alright, I made a message. Is this correct? I'm really sorry, but I have to do this. I have to do work in the stream. I cannot exactly tell you what I'm doing, of course, but I have to do it. There's no way around it. Okay, should be fine. Okay, I wrote this one back. And luckily you cannot see what's going on because right now I'm in my WhatsApp because I have to message some people on WhatsApp. For that. I'm sorry, it's a little bit boring now. Okay, so. Where are the this one? Wait, what did I write? Translation. Okay. Okay, this one is done. There were a lot of messages here. What's the latest one? Okay. Then I do the same here. Should the matter here and here. Okay. Okay, my work stuff is done. I needed to do it really quickly. I'm really sorry for that. But it's something really urgent that cannot wait. So it needed to be done. Alright, let me close everything. Alright, back to the video. Back to League of Freaking Legends.
It wasn't even interesting to cast.
Freaking Legends
wasn't allowed to exist because it wasn't how they wanted the game to be played.
Yeah.
And to be fair, most of the League community didn't want it either. To say that
understandable,
the nerf to
yeah.
was ugly is a bit of an understatement.
Is this the right nerf? Because you're trying to have as little fallout, as little knock-on effects.
It's turning into Dota. What are you doing?
You want to be as least.
Wait, what was Dota? Dota? I think Dota was everything is OP. So you just do something, and if you're good at your champion, you will freaking kill everyone. I think this was Dota, right? I think I played Dota 2 for some amount of time, but yeah, I returned to League. I was I don't know.
The rest of the game. So how do you do that?
That's not fun. I made so many kills in Dota. You cannot believe me. I played Dota, I think, for about 2 weeks, and someone messaged me from a pro team and asked if I wanna join them. I still have him on my Steam as well. This guy, it's crazy. He played for a professional team, and he was like, "Hey, if you want next split, we are planning to change this player. You can join us. This is stuff." And I was like, "Nah, I'm actually about to return to League because this is no fun." Oh boy.
That.
I should have taken the opportunity.
Well, still nerfing funneling. This was the best idea that it felt
then
like.
I would be an esport player, not a cringe VTuber.
I'm sure they would love to hear it. Leave comments in the video, leave comments in the patch notes, put it on, Meddler's quick thoughts that he puts out every couple of days. I'm sure they would love to have
Man,
a better
those
solution
HyperX, you don't know the story behind those HyperX headphones. HyperX sponsored basically Riot employees. They gave us so many headsets, and everyone, you come into the Riot office and everyone is having HyperX headphones. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
That is not painful to the game. But this was probably...
But to be fair, they were really good as well. I used... one of mine broke after some time. Like, I don't know how long it took. Like 2-3 years. And I got HyperX headphones afterwards again. So... yeah, good headphones. And yeah, I mean, I don't... Like, they broke in a so stupid way as well. It was just me, because I dropped them like 1,000 times. Yeah. Like, they fell from me standing distance, you know. I have them on my head, and then I'm like, oh, let's I don't know, let's go out, let's go somewhere. I stand up, I walk, and they fall, they freaking crash on the ground. And they survived multiple falls, but like after the 10th fall or something, they were like, okay, it's enough. Enough is enough. So yeah, then they still worked, but you know, one of the headphone things, like where it's connecting, it bended, and yeah. Then I was like, oh shoot, yeah, I cannot repair this. And I tried my best to repair it, but I just made it worse, and then I had to buy new ones. Yeah.
Probably the least painful one to come up with, and it's the least painful one that I can think of as well.
The nerf that Freak was referring to was the addition of the Monster Hunter passive for the jungle items. If you had a jungle item and also the most gold on your team, you received 10 less gold for killing lane minions.
Now, I do want to point out, though, that if you have the most gold on your team, losing 60 gold per minion wave is a lot.
Yeah,
a substantial amount of gold lost.
Yeah,
like
it's like half of the wave. Half of the wave
is what you get just from passive gold generation. Like, imagine this change said, if you're funneling, passive gold generation turns off. Like, that feels insane on paper.
Yeah.
And yet it's actually the same change here as long as you're last hitting.
This change was really bad for junglers of all kinds, especially carry junglers. There is no worse feeling in League than being forced to jungle and then also having 3 losing lanes. In this case, you're basically guaranteed to have the most gold on your team. And because your laners are losing, you'll often have to hold or clear waves for them. As a jungler, it's part of the job. This means that if you were playing your role correctly, you could actually be punished.
How did they fix this again? I forgot how they fixed it. Because now it's fixed, no?
Mechanic for doing the right thing.
Why now
it's punished for playing well. Not only would you already be more likely to lose the game because your teammates are performing badly, you were also getting less gold to carry with.
Yeah.
It's a lose-lose situation. If you chose to not collect the gold in a lane, then that gold is completely wasted. If you did collect the gold, you were trading your time and therefore your pressure on the map for a very low amount of resources. But did Riot's Band-Aid fix have the intended effect? Did it remove funneling as a viable strategy?
It's been a wild ride these past few weeks, watching teams around the world try different variations of funnels. And I think pros and fans will all agree, funneling's actually kind of lame. So patch 8.14, Riot introduced a Band-Aid nerf to curb the playstyle, targeting hunters that reduce the amount of gold you earn from killing lane minions.
No.
The most gold on your team while wielding
oh, I remember that. But I don't know what I did back then. I was thinking, what did I do back then? I think I played top lane at that time. Or mid lane. 2018? It's 2018, right? I think I played mid lane. I remember. So basically how I played. First I played top. Then I played mid a lot. Then I went back to top. Then I went to support. And then I tried ADC, but it was completely nothing for me. And then I switched to jungler, which was not so good for me as well. And then I became top in mid main, sometimes playing support. And yeah, now I'm an all-rounder. Technically, well, I haven't really played on the Rift for long, to be honest, but yeah. I usually play RM.
Here is a gold graph from week 3 of the North American LCS. 100 Thieves versus Pledge.
Damn.
The green line is the funnel. That is Cody's son.
As you can see by the gold chart,
the funnel is still crazy.
This was the end of funnel in pro play.
But it's still crazy.
We'll get to that soon. There's more to this story, and it's probably not what you expect. In Riot's effort to remove funnel, they may have accidentally caused the rise of a certain player with a very interesting playstyle. The Monster Hunter passive.
Wait, are we talking about Cyan right now?
A lot of changes and variations over time, and I do mean a lot. It was initially removed in patch 8.2.
I remember the meta where you just run down top lane with Cyan because you were able to just crush the turrets.
That it was no longer needed because they were making changes that were intended to mitigate the gold funnel strategy. As a result, it wasn't needed anymore. These changes included a rework of the bounty system and the introduction of turret plating. There is one specific player who became known for his playstyle which used these two mechanics very well, and I think you already know who it is.
It's Johnson. Okay, no. I'm sorry.
The one who dies all the time and the one who wins everything. And the one who dies all the time.
Wait, it is Cyan. Wait, I didn't pay attention. Wait, shut the matter.
System and the introduction of turret plating.
Yeah.
There is one specific player who became known for his playstyle, which used these two mechanics very well.
And I see Cyan.
Who it is.
Two Demon Kings in League
Okay,
of Legends.
never mind. I thought I missed something about Cyan, but I didn't. Okay.
The one who wins everything. And the one who dies all the time just won the 1v1.
It's also, he misses Q. Faker, misses the last Q, but
Damn.
just beats him. That's so much damage from this champion.
All I'm going to
crazy.
say is bounty system. The bounty system is completely broken.
I remember that guy. I was thinking the whole time, who was he again? But now I remember him. I was like, I know him from somewhere. But yeah, okay, I remember.
Every single game. So the bounty system.
The moment he talked, the moment I heard his voice, I was like, oh, it's that guy.
Ruthless when it comes to kills. You're gonna get 1500 gold from kills, and then you die once and you give back 1k gold. And then we're moving on to platings and gold items.
Yeah.
These two, getting cool and taking platings, is the single best way to make money. It's crazy. You know you can go a game getting 15 platings for yourself. You can get that's 2,600 gold. You can get 2,600 gold worth of platings, and your bounty wouldn't move an inch.
Funny enough, 2 months later, in patch 9.1, Riot...
Right, how was it called again? There was a specific name for it. Was it something with a train or something like that? Train? No, it was not train Cyan. Inting Cyan? I think it was just Inting Cyan, right? Where you just run in like a train. You take, as explained. You take all the platings, and it will just go one by one. I mean, you just wait a minute and then you are back. You are just ulting again into the turret, going crazy. When you're lucky, you will get back to your base. You walk, and then you go to the next lane. Yeah.
Reintroduce the Monster Hunter passive anyway. And the reason they brought it back was again to counter gold funneling, because once the passive was removed, it immediately started gaining popularity in solo queue.
Monster Hunter is back. I remember last time we talked about this, like the question was, okay, can you come up with a better if statement for Monster Hunter? This is fairly unintrusive for the vast majority of jungle games. This is a pretty good if statement. I think it certainly kills funneling.
For the sake of solo queue alone, Riot has had to make change after change to the Monster Hunter passive to keep funneling out of the game.
How many patches did it actually take to take it out?
Even now, a variation of this passive still exists, and players still occasionally complain about this strategy.
So it's technically, it can still work.
Showing up in solo queue. Carrick and Master Yi in
to some degree
seem to come up often in these discussions, due to how easy it is to utilize and how much people struggle to counter it in uncoordinated solo queue games. So, funneling came back in solo queue, but what about pro play? Well, in the 2019 LEC Spring Finals...
Oh, the Pike. I love playing Pike, and then they nerfed him massively.
It now says
Pike is so much fun.
Wait, that's a smite on perks. I think they might be doing a funnel, ladies and gentlemen.
Uh-oh.
What? How is that going to work with this composition? And a funnel comp. Okay, now, let's step back. It's been a long time since we have seen funnel comp.
The fact that they gave Cold the Rek'Sai, but he doesn't get to just power bomb.
All right, there's an early flash on Perks already, but look at the turnaround damage.
Oh.
Mickey's going low, defensive flash. Mickey survives. First
Damn. This was a crazy play.
position. Now there's a lot of damage under Caps. The crescendo comes down from Patrick, but there's no follow-up. There's nothing more to do. G2 get yet another 5.
Crazy.
0-5. Perks is on our
So it's working. The funnel is... Why is he in the base? You have to get out, Caps. You are not regenerating.
In the finals of spring, they are looking
Damn.
at 6-0 at 24.5.
Damn, this score is crazy. Do you know what is the most crazy thing? Look at the gold difference. This is insane.
Funnel their way to victory.
Yeah.
G2 had once again put Jankos on a support champion and added another win to their flawless Funnel record. People
Crazy.
were excited to see Funnel in this case, because it was used as a counter to the Taric and Sona comp, so it was the lesser of two evils. Plus, it was just exciting because no one expected it. Overall, though, the player base does not look kindly upon the Funnel strategy.
Yeah.
And I think that this thread really puts into perspective just how hateful.
Who is the Brigade of League of Legends? For those of you who don't know, Brigade was added to Overwatch specifically to counter the dive meta. Oh damn. I don't know. I haven't played Overwatch when she was released, to be honest. I played Overwatch in the beginning. It was fun, but yeah.
It is. It asked what people thought was League's equivalent to Brigida from
Not
Overwatch,
anymore.
and the top comment
You know, you bought the game and now it's free to play. It's free to play.
was the Funnel meta.
And the
it
skins
actually
are
makes
gone
sense.
that
Brigida
you had,
famously broke
which is
Overwatch,
insane.
and Blizzard had to intervene. They made fundamental changes to how the game worked, resulting in the introduction of the 2-2-2 roll lock. This is
Damn.
similar to how Funnel forced Riot to introduce the Monster Hunter passive, to rework the bounty system, and even introduce tower plates. But Funnel is a bit of an odd case, because Brigida was a character that was designed and added to the game intentionally. Somehow. In the case of Funnel, it came about naturally. It had started on Twisted Treeline and was first used in 5v5 by boosters. But very quickly, everyone grew to hate it, including players, and Riot was forced to act. Riot historically does receive a lot of criticism for enforcing a meta, but in this case, it was welcomed by the community. I think it's a shame that this meta was often so uninteresting to watch. Seeing 3 smites on a team, for example, was really unexpected, and it's nice to see weird strategies once in a while. The final twist about the Funnel strategy is that a version of Funnel has been in the meta for a very long time. The meta that Riot often does enforce. The support role on its own is kind of a form of Funnel that's in basically every game. The entire role is built for this purpose with items designed around it. One player is choosing to not collect resources so that another player can. This is funneling. The difference
I don't know if I don't know actually if I would call it funneling if it's only affecting 2 players in theory, because that's more than less, you know, it's more than less support than ADC. But if it's more than 2 players, probably, like if more than 2 players are doing it. But otherwise, I'm not sure if I would call it like that, to be honest. I might look like an idiot here, though.
The difference is that in bot lane, one champion is receiving golden experience from one source, the lane. What was happening with the Funnel strategy is that one champion would be receiving all of the golden experience.
Yeah. But okay, maybe I will just shut my mouth.
From 2 different sources, the lane and the jungle. With that said, you could even consider more modern strategies like Janna top with Smite to also be a form of funneling. The point of the strategy isn't to funnel the gold to your jungler, but it's still free farm for whoever can take it. And with that, we have covered the legacy of one of the most...
So what happened to League? I played one game, but I think it was 1 game or 2 games on the Rift, and there was this weird thing on top lane. Was it top lane or was it bot lane? I don't remember. But I got so confused. I was like, what is that? It's doing so much damage. There was some weird thing there. What happened to the Rift? What is that?
Most hated metas in League's history. I'm curious, what are your thoughts on the funnel strategy? Do you think that it's for the best that Riot removed it, and do you think that they should continue to keep it out of the meta? Or would you actually like to see it return?
I think it would, you know, if you can counter it, it would be nice, you know, if it's like one specific champion who it's gonna be really good at, but you know, in competitive play you can just be like, okay, let's just ban this guy, let's just ban him. But it needs to be like in a way that you need to pick specific champions and it doesn't work with others, you know, like you can make, I don't know, like Xayah and Rakan, for example, you know, you have like those specific champions that work really well together in theory or in the lore. But if something gets banned, then you can just not play it, you know. I don't know if this makes sense. Probably not. But yeah, I don't know, that's my thought on it.
And what meta would you like me to cover next? Let me know down.
I want the Teemo meta. I want the no, actually not. I want wait, what was that? Was it Teemo? No, Soraka. The Soraka and Sona. The support people ADC, support ADC meta.
Down below. Before finishing up, thanks again to this video's sponsor, War Thunder.
Thank you, War Thunder.
Free on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and mobile. You can check it out and take advantage of the bonus pack by using either of my links in the description or the pinned comment.
What's about the code? Can't you...
If you've made it all the way to the end of this video, I wanted to take a moment to thank you for supporting the channel. Every time I upload a video of me yapping about League, it blows my mind how much support I get. Even with a lot of that support being about how I sound like a robot. I just wanted to say how grateful I am that I get to make content like this. So again, thanks you very much for watching, and I hope you have a great day.
You too! Whoa! Damn, you don't have to scream at me like that. Good video, thank you. We randomly discovered it, but now it's here. We watched it. Okay, but we have another one, which is called the Ultimate League of Legends Iceberg Explained. Originally it was the second video, now it's the third one. So let's see what's going on there.
League of Legends has been one of the most popular games in the past decade and a half now. So there's bound to be things that have been forgotten through time, but not today. Today we're going to be exploring the deep end and shining a light on forgotten League of Legends content and topics. And in case if you guys don't know how icebergs work, we're going to start at the very top and work our way down. The deeper we go, the more obscure it gets. So you guys are bound to learn something.
I know that because I watched Titanic.
New or something you had never heard about, or remember something that you totally forgot about. And for this iceberg,
are we gonna speak about Dominion? Please Dominion. Oh, thank you for the follow, Rebecca.
Use a multitude of different resources, including an old Reddit post from 3 years ago, my own topics that I found very interesting, as well as my own YouTube comments.
Damn.
So if you see yourself in this video, congratulations, you made it. So
really,
without further ado, grab a snack, a drink.
It's Dominion. It's Dominion, my dudes. It is Dominion. Let's go.
Some popcorn and get comfortable.
Yeah.
Because I present to you guys the ultimate League of Legends iceberg.
Yeah.
Better nerf Aurelia.
Whoa.
This meme or joke was very popular in the old days of League of Legends, and even for me, I didn't even know why I was saying better nerf Aurelia. This community joke started because the day before Aurelia was even released, she got nerfed. And I'm not even talking about like a hot fix after it was released and they're seeing the win percentage. No. Before she even got onto live service, they nerfed her. And the reason why they nerfed her was because Riot Morello said, quote unquote, she was too annoying to play against. And that was in 2010. Imagine if we saw some of the fucking champions now. And ever since she got released,
especially
during the early days of League of Legends, she would get the most random nerfs.
What the hell was that?
Have a 99% ban rate. Malphite and Mumu
This
and
was
Shen
so
will all
loud.
be pick and ban, but Aurelia would just get a random nerf to her base stats, or a random nerf to her ultimate, or a random nerf to her W. It was really just a meme that the community coined because they would just randomly nerf Aurelia. And Aurelia wasn't known as like a broken champion back then.
Yeah.
Don't get it twisted. She was fucking annoying.
But Katarina was also really broken, to be honest. I remember those games where I died 20 times in the freaking mid lane. One of my first champions I made was Talon. So I was a mid laner, you know. I played, as mentioned, I played on top in the beginning. But it was... I wouldn't call it maining. It was like you played random champions. Like Garen, Timo. Yeah. And my first main was Talon in mid lane, and it was so annoying. Every time I played against Katarina, Fizz, or something like that, I got so annoyed by those people. Oh my god, you cannot believe it.
Play against, especially
crazy.
With that E. But compared to some of the champions that weren't being nerfed, it was actually too funny not to make it a joke. Vi and Jinx are sisters. If you guys aren't living under a rock, yeah.
Oh, I hope there will not be any spoilers. I still have to watch the second season. I really wanna watch it, but you know, it will be a reaction, of course. It will be a reaction. Maybe after Breaking Bad we can do a quick Arcane reaction. Yeah. But I don't know how long it will take for Breaking Bad, to be honest. I think we are not even at half of it. Are we? We are in season 3 right now. I don't know.
Vi and Jinx are indeed sisters, and especially because the release of Arcane, this has made it even more apparent that they are sisters. Well,
yeah.
Technically,
kind
Vi
of.
and Jinx aren't sisters. Powder and Violet are.
Bro.
Blame the jungler. It's
yeah, this was I remember when I played jungle. When I played jungle, I got blamed so many times. I bought like a t-shirt. I remember that. I still have this t-shirt even now. I bought like a t-shirt which was like how was it going? It was like top lane, farm, this lane, farm, this lane, farm, this lane, farm, and then jungler, and it was like 4 things at once. I was like, I bought this t-shirt because I felt so offended that every game someone is like, it's always the same. When you are winning, everyone is like, it's the ADC best guy, oh the mid laner best guy, oh the top laner best guy. Never the jungler. But when you are losing, then it's always the jungler. We didn't have ganks. We didn't have that. Whoa. Yeah, it's crazy.
Incredible how many things have changed throughout history while other things have stayed the same. And
yeah,
this is the perfect
it's probably
example.
still the same. I haven't played on the Rift, as mentioned, for some time, but I'm pretty sure this is still the same. 100% sure.
Things that have stayed the same. People have
Oh my god. Fizz, calm down.
always
Oh, it's Tyler 1, of course. Okay.
say blame the motherfucking jungler. Even if it was your fault, blame the jungler. You
Yeah.
died 1v1.
Yeah.
Blame the jungler.
Yeah.
Your wife cheated on you. It's probably the jungler's fault. I swear to God, man.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm
This
very
guy, he didn't gang me enough. That's why she did that.
about this topic, especially because I'm a juggler myself, and I have became best friends with the fucking mute/all buddies. I'm not trying to hear that shit. And unlike the support
Damn.
role where the only person that's flaming you is your
What
ADC,
is this meme?
the jungler gets flamed by everybody. Even if you make
Yeah.
the right decisions, there's going to be one person that's going to be unhappy. And I'm not even surprised at this because accountability was never League of Legends players' strong suit.
Because he wrote me into this. Well, him over there, he wrote me into this. Well, he
Yeah.
Ow, shin.
Hello Alice, how are you doing today? Pure Koenige would spend 30 minutes explaining what a video game is. What is a video game? I mean, it's technically in the title of, you know, the saying. It's a game where you are watching technically a video. But the only difference is between a video and a video game is that you can control the video like in a game you can play around as you want.
Ao Shin was an unreleased champion that was developed around
That's how I would explain it. I don't know. To someone really old.
around 2013. He was supposed to be this big ass elemental
Oh,
dragon
already in
with some crazy
Seoul.
ass abilities, but for whatever reason, Riot didn't end up releasing him. But they did use Ao Shin to develop and create Aurelian Soul in 2016. And for you TFT heads, you guys already know that Ao Shin was released as a unit in TFT.
Yeah.
I forget which set it was, but it was the one with the elemental dragons.
Okay, I'm not really Alice today. Why? What happened?
Darius and Draven are brothers. Well, duh. You guys
Are they?
didn't know this. I don't even know if you're a real League of Legends player.
Oh, damn. Okay. I didn't know that. And I worked for in Riot for 5 years.
But as a bonus fact, if you guys didn't know, Draven's old passive used to be very similar to Darius's. They both had a bleed. It was just that
true.
Draven's bleed only worked on critical strikes or when he landed his Q ability.
Yeah.
Hey, Draven, Mama said you were adopted.
Damn.
Pay to win skins.
Oh, yeah. Wait, there was also the Blitzcrank skin we have. There was some, was it Vega? There was something with Vegas where you can barely see the cage.
No matter how many times people want to hate on League of Legends, the one good thing about League of Legends is that it's free. However, over the history of League, there has been some skins that the community had.
I also remember one skin gave you like a really small bonus, but it's technically pay to win. But because I failed on making a self-insert OC of me with a character I like, really?
As pay to
Why not?
Win.
You can do it.
A classic example would be the Mecha Kha'Zix skin, because the indicator that shows you the target is isolated was way more noticeable than in the base skin. Another example that was patched out of the game was Zombie Brand, because his walking animation would be different depending on if he was approaching an enemy. So regardless if you had vision or not, his walk animation would change, and that would give you a good indication that somebody was in that bush. Some other skins that were deemed as pay to win would be Sea Dog Yasuo, because his Q was much smaller than it appeared, and people would get hit by it.
Because I remember that I was Alice and snapped back to reality. Ah. But you are Alice.
Unexpectedly. And also for Project
I'm
Ash,
confused.
because her ultimate had a deceptive hitbox. Like, it looks small, but it's
Oh,
really wide.
yeah. I had that skin as well. I abused it. I abused this one.
Fuck, and you would get hit by her ultimate more often. If you want to know
This is when I'd fight ADC. I played freaking Ash.
more about pay to win
Oh my
skins,
god.
check out the skill cap video in the link down below. Graves Cigar.
Oh no, yeah, they removed it.
When Graves got reworked, he also got an updated
Yeah.
splash art, and in that splash art, he was smoking a cigar. However, after a month, Riot removed Graves' cigar due to concerns about the gaming ratings in different regions.
It's the same. I wonder if you will go into this, but it's the same with the, what was it, with the Mafia skins. They renamed all the Mafia skins to Crime City or something like that. So stupid, like, because they don't want something with Mafia in the game. Okay, I was also making some fan art, and I wanted to know your thoughts. Sure, you can send them to me on Discord. Yeah.
And I'm not gonna say which country it was, but
China!
after Riot removed Graves' cigar, there was an immediate uproar from the community, coining the popular phrase "blank and have blank." But Graves
Mafias are cool, yeah, but WoW didn't like it. I don't know. They called it Crime City or something like that. So stupid. I was against this. There was a vote internally about this, but yeah. I mean, they wanted to change the name anyway, but they wasn't sure what the name will be.
cigar. However,
Should be.
back in 2017, when Riot released their Ask Riot blog post about the situation, they actually brought back the cigar in certain regions, including NA. So
Yeah.
thanks, Riot.
Oh, what do we have? Winter map. Oh, I love the winter map. Archen Knight. What was with Archen Knight? I have the skin, but I don't. Was it? Oh no, I don't know. Sejuani Lissandra, Ash Sejuani Lissandra. Yeah, they are all from the same tribe. Was it a tribe? River Shen. What is River Shen? Shyvana rework. Spectate in global chat. Okay, let's see what's going on here.
The winter map for Summoner's Rift. Did
Good
you
old
guys
times.
know that League of Legends used to have several seasonal events that would change the entire Summoner's Rift, including this winter map that released in 2009?
Yeah, they had so many cool maps. Like, not even only winter. We also had the... Oh my god, the Doom boards. The Doom boards were so cool as well.
As well as 2010, as well as Christmas of 2011. 3 years in a row. And then afterwards, it got retired for a while. Came back in 2016. And now it's been almost 9 years without the winter.
Crazy.
Also, because I might as well add this in, there was also a Halloween map, but I'm pretty sure it was only released for like 1 year. And this map was actually sick as hell. I've included a link down below if you guys want to see the comparison.
Yeah, it's really cool.
This map was actually very nice because it was very dark and it had a moodier vibe. The Arson Night controversy.
So what
Back
is
in
this?
Spring of 2022, Riot released a new skin line called the Arson's Night, and this wasn't any type of skin line. This was a mythic skin line. So you would think that the skins should be higher quality because you are paying way more for it. That would be the case for Pyke. However, it wouldn't be the case for Silas's skin. The community hated this skin. And to be honest, I see why. Because frankly, the skin doesn't even look like a 1350 skin, let alone a fucking mythic skin. And on top of that, besides it being a very boring and lifeless skin with pretty shitty particle effects, it looks exactly like Freljord Silas. And on top of that, people have made videos comparing Freljord Silas to this skin. So that's very bad because Freljord Silas is only, I just searched it up, it was 1350 RP. But even then, the Freljord Silas skin looks nicer than this skin. And this skin is supposed to be a mythic skin. Ashe, Sejuani, and Lissandra are sisters. This feels like a super obvious one for me because I was actually here.
Well, not Lissandra, because Lissandra is coming... It's way older than them, no? That skin deserves to catch strays that bad.
The Freljord event when Lissandra got released, and they released the entire lore, how Ashe, Sejuani, Lissandra were all sisters, and how they own their own kingdoms, and they're going to war against each other. So if you don't know, now you know. River.
Oh, okay. I thought Lissandra was way older than the others. Okay, well, good to know.
Around 2015.
I missed this. This was so funny. Oh my god. I love that screen. I saw the thing where it said that someone declined. You can rage at people that you don't know. Now you don't know because there's no animation anymore. You don't see that the fourth person declined the match or stuff like that.
Popular strategy was developed by a deranged man where he would take Exhaust Ignite and would literally sit in the river, taking scuttle crabs and ganking lanes on repeat. And you guys would think that this strategy is completely troll and can't work, but surprisingly, it was quite effective.
Really?
Ever since then, River Shen has lived on through players trying to imitate his style.
Really? This is crazy.
Results.
Ryan, what are you doing? No.
Shyvana's rework. In 2022, Riot released a poll on which
she got I completely forgot about, I don't know, I don't remember, was she reworked? She got a new design, but I don't know if she was reworked, but the design changed so much.
Be the next champion to receive a rework.
Or was it another champion? No, I'm pretty sure it was sure.
Shyvana, Skarner, Kog'Maw.
Okay, why nobody remembers Valorant? Neither do I, but I want to know why. I don't know, I remember Valorant.
Overwhelmingly got first place.
I even wanted to play it, but I don't, like, I cannot install the Vanguard thing for some reason. Like, it's not letting me. So I was like, okay, whatever. I tried for like 30 minutes and then I gave up. I was like, okay, whatever. I don't need to play it that bad.
Second place, it was Shyvana. And on the same post, Riot said that Shyvana will be a strong contender, but 3 years later, and we still haven't got a Shyvana rework. So
the old one.
Been in limbo ever since. And recently, near the end of 2024,
wait, it really is the same. They only changed the pictures.
Riot has announced that the Shyvana rework will not come until 2026. So knowing Riot, it'll probably be released in 2028.
Couldn't be me. Damn.
And global chat. I received this comment on my old League of Legends video and I decided to add it to this
in the
iceberg.
client.
So thank you, animals of today. But did you know that Riot Games used to have a spectate feature for high elo games that were going on at any given time in the client?
Yeah, this was the old client. You were able to just spectate high ranked elo games. This was so cool as well because you can just watch them and you can send them friend requests. And yeah, I love that one, by the way. I really like what was it? I think you were able to watch everyone in Challenger elo basically, which was really cool. Like I mean, you can already see it there. You were able to switch to different tabs where games are going on right now, and then you can just check them out. And there were actually people watching. Like every time I watch one of these games, people were in the freaking spectator chat chatting. It's crazy. Yeah.
And on the home screen, there will be 5 games going on at any given time that you could actually watch and spectate. And this was a fantastic feature because this gave you the ability to learn and improve from what other players were doing, especially in the higher elos. And you could use that in your own games. Or you could just simply spectate for the entertainment.
Yeah, and chat.
And this feature was really helpful because not a lot of people were streaming back in the day. Streaming wasn't as popular as it is now. So it wasn't that easy to actually spectate high elo games. Also, as a bonus fact, League of Legends used to have a global chat where you could talk to everybody in the game. However, it got removed when the client got updated. Same thing with the high elo spectating feature.
Oh. No. Okay, whatever.
Oryx hat. In 2021, Riot released the brand new Yorick skin, Pentakill 3 Yorick. The skin looked kind of nice, but the main problem is that during every single promotion material, Yorick had this badass hat.
Yeah, this is a cool hat.
They fucking removed it at the final release of the skin. You can still see the hat when he dances or it recalls, but other than that, you're not able to toggle it on and toggle it off.
Why?
Other skins. Like, look at the first Vi skin ever released when she had the sunglasses that she could toggle on and off. This technology has been in the game since 2013. I don't know why they didn't include it. Also, does this hat look like the Undertaker hat?
Yeah, well, it's cool.
Died. Back in Season 5, while Riot was releasing the Bilgewater event where they changed the entire map for ARAM, they introduced a bunch of changes.
I love that. Those rats were so cute. They were like little rats on the maps. They were really cute.
Lore updates, but the biggest change of them all is that they killed Gangplank. And I'm not even joking. They actually killed Gangplank and disabled him from being played for the entire
I should have done that with Timo. Just saying, you know. Might be an unpopular opinion, but
been disabled in all queues.
I said it.
That was because they were trying to rework him and release the new version of Gangplank. Double IP weekend. I'm not sure how many people remember.
Those were so cool. Yeah, I remember those. Those were the weekends when you got online with all your friends and you just played through the whole night.
For this, but I remember back in the day that Riot used to do double IP weekends, very similar to the double XP weekends that Call of Duty had. And this was fantastic because back in the day, it was very hard to earn all the champions.
Yeah, and even going to level 30, like when you wanted to play to level 30, it took you at least like a month to get there. It was actually hard to level until you can play the ranked.
It's a lot of fucking money to buy all the champions.
Yeah, and you had the wound system. Yeah, I was about to say you had the wound system as well. So yeah.
Runes back in the day. So there's so much shit that you had to pay for. So I remember playing on the weekends with my friends and just grinding IP non-stop just so I was able to afford all the room pages as well as the champions I wanted. And I was always curious on why they stopped doing these double IP weekend events.
I don't know.
According to this Reddit post,
I don't know. I have no clue. Yeah, I mean having it with blue essence would be still making sense. You know, you could do it before blue essence, you know, double blue essence, whatever, or you know, make missions where you get a lot of blue essence, and then you can turn on the blue essence Imperium, so people are more engaged into, playing, like, you know. I don't know.
Apparently that people were just abusing the feature by just running it down and trying to finish the game as quickly as possible. And especially for people who are just trying to play the game, this was obviously bad for the game. So, yeah.
I like that they showed Tyler. Oh no.
If you guys...
Wait, are we gonna see the frog? Are we gonna see the frog as well who jumps off the cliff?
Didn't know, ever since the release of the Summoner's Rift rework,
I don't know if he's still there in the game.
On the bottom of the map, you just have to go all the way to the bottom of the map, and you should be able to see him.
Damn. Lilia, what are you doing?
Just like most competitive
Yeah, Smurf Q. Yeah.
games, League of Legends rank queue is filled with Smurfs.
Yeah.
There are plenty of reasons why you may want a Smurf, but at the end of the day, it ends up ruining the experience for people who actually belong to that elo. So what Riot did a while back was create a system that detects if you're a Smurf or not. They basically check your performances in your recent rank games.
Not only, there was way more involved in this. I hope I can say it. But what happened is, like, it's checking way more than how you are scaling. Like, if it happens a lot, like if you have multiple accounts, at some point, what happened, I don't know if they are still doing it, but at some point, your IP will be written down and the PC ID, you know, because League, it can check out your DX diag, so it will just register the PC ID, so even if you are on VPN, it will still know that you are on the PC, and unless you replace your full PC, it will always know that you are there, and it will, as soon as you get into a game, you get into a annoying queue of smurfers and people who are toxic. So yeah, a queue where you don't wanna be in. A frog who jumps off a cliff? Yeah. What did the world do to that poor frog? I don't know what they did. I don't know.
And then they will automatically put you in this quote-unquote Smurf queue. So basically around people the same skill level as you.
Not necessarily.
Smurfs ruin this elo. I'm not lying. They ruin it. It's impossible to climb when they're perma-smurfing. They say, well, aren't you smurfing? Yes, but I'm not trying. I'm not trying.
Bruh. Bruh.
And of course, the system isn't perfect. However, it's a lot better than it was before. Free RP for artists.
Yeah, I love those art pieces. I still have some of the art pieces on my SD card because they were so cute from players. Like one time, someone reached out and he asked, and he made a drawing of me. Of me. It was so cute. It was so cute. He made a drawing of me and him and his favorite champion. And he actually added me in the game, and we played some albums together. It was really cool.
This is a fan favorite one because even back in the day, Riot had this system, and it's still going strong today. So basically, if you're missing a couple RP, I believe it was less than 100 RP, what you could do is that you could email Riot, and what they would do is that they would ask you for a drawing.
There is a limit. But now it still exists. You can still do it, by the way. You can still get it. If you miss a little bit of RP for a skin that you want, you can still do it. Like, not much. Like, I think the limit... I probably cannot say the limit, but not much. And you can do the same with VP as well. If you play Valorant, you can do it there as well.
Be any type of drawing as long as it pertains to League of Legends, and then you would be able to get free RP.
Yes.
It could be a new skin concept, it could be a crew drawing of your favorite champion.
Yes.
It didn't matter. As long as you submitted your own drawing, Riot will respond.
I love the
RP. Malphite
the what's the name? The trash. Oh, you are the father. What? Malphite is dad. Dad?
Dad? Yeah, you heard that right. Malphite is a father.
Oh, I remember. Oh, I remember the April Fool's thing when every champion was a freaking meme. This was so funny.
And his kid's name is Chip because literally it's a chip off Malphite's body. I guess you could say he's a chip off the old block.
Oh my god. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Yeah, Chip also exists. Chip also exists, yeah. Vladimir is Vegas Anke? I mean, they look similar. I don't know. Hexakill? Yeah. Global damage Poppy. I don't remember that. Summoners. Wait, did you change the name?
Vladimir is Viego's
Or does he mean the summoners that were shown like in the first trailers?
uncle. Even
of the
though they're
game.
distant relatives to each other, they both descend from the same family. They even share some voice lines with each other.
Hello, Uncle. I'm surprised you haven't been torn apart by an angry mob.
And I actually had no clue about this. I had no clue that Vladimir and Viego were related in any way. But I guess it makes sense because they both have white hair.
Wow, you cannot say that.
Hey, maybe John is related
No, she is not.
too.
Oh,
The
here we go.
Hexakill game mode is a 6v6 game mode that
Ah,
originally
yeah.
took place on the Summoner's Rift. However, it also got released on the Twisted Treeline as well. The game mode's exactly what you guys expect. It's like a regular game of League of Legends, however, instead of 5 people on each team,
This was so
there's
much
6.
fun as well.
So, with 2
I remember playing it a little bit. I don't know how. I think it was. How long was this ago? This was a long time ago. But I remember briefly playing it. Briefly. Not much, but briefly. I think I didn't play it that much. But it's fun.
people, it caused an insane amount of chaos because you have 2 extra people that you have to worry about at any given time. And more importantly, in this game mode, you were actually able to get something that was better than a pentakill, a hexakill. And if you want to learn more about this game mode and other game modes, check out my YouTube video on every game mode ever.
Damn.
Global Damage Poppy. About 4 years ago,
Yeah, what is this about?
Game where
Whoa.
Poppy was able to hit everything on Summoner's Rift. This included champions, monsters, minions, all the enemy champions. You were able to hit them at the same time with this exploit. And the craziest thing about this is that it wasn't limited to Poppy. I remember Ornn could do this as well as other champions like Kayn and Taric. But it seems
I don't remember that, to be honest. Maybe it's lost in my memory.
seems like Poppy was the first champion that this exploit was discovered on.
Yeah, crazy.
Summoners. And I'm not talking about
it is
summoners
about
first.
it. Okay.
I'm talking about summoners. Because
Yeah,
before
it's
League of
about the
Legends
trailer.
created the
Yeah.
lore, the original League of Legends lore was that there was a player, aka you were
Yeah,
one of the
you are the
strongest
summoner.
summoners in the
You.
world who were able to summon these legends into battle and to settle various disputes across the land of Runeterra. And they were able to do battle in the fields of justice. I guess you could say it was almost like a League of Legends.
Damn.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Damn. Oh, tier 5. We are getting to the bottom. Slowly but surely. But the summoning got cancelled. Yeah, what happened if it gets cancelled? I wonder. Damn. Look! Alice, look, it's the suicidal frog. He's here. He's in the next tier. Let's go.
Varus is not a Darkin. Many people
So he
in
will be
Canadian were
mentioned
confused
after
if
all.
Varus was a Darkin or not because he misses a lot of the characteristics of a normal Darkin.
Yeah.
Number 1, he has no healing in his kit like Kayn or Aatrox. He doesn't even have any voice lines with other Darkins. And on top of that, he doesn't even have the double A thing like Rost and Aatrox has. And
Yeah.
there's actually a
But maybe it's because he's not a full Darkin. Because I remember in the music video, he kind of got merged with a human. Maybe that's why. I don't know.
voice line scolding him about it.
Varus, V-A-R-U-S. Your name should have an A and then another A. Varus, there
What?
was a memo, Varus. There was a memo.
It could be because
Let's go.
Varus is a half
Okay, this is
Darkin and
tragic.
half
I don't
human
know.
because he's 2 humans mixed with the Darkin, and
Oh,
the Darkin hasn't
yeah.
got full control of Varus yet because he's 2 people.
Yeah, okay. Yes, it's as we mentioned.
Mordekaiser punches Viego.
What?
During the League of Legends concert for
I remember that. This was so cool. I wonder why it hasn't been done again. It was really funny. And like you got so much engagement from other players. It's crazy.
Pentakill, Mordekaiser is seen punching the shit out of Viego.
Oh, I remember this. A router friend screenshotted this and made a meme. She was like, what did she do? She made like missing pinks around it and put oh god, and put like I think 07 above his head. It was so funny.
I'm not sure
I
if
love
this is
that
canon or
meme.
not. The Wraiths and White Camp. As a jungler, I'm real excited to talk about this.
Oh.
The Wraiths camp was an old jungle camp that used to exist before.
And it gave you so much XP.
For the chickens. And from my memory, I remember this camp doing so much fucking damage.
Yeah, but you also got a lot of XP.
To be fair, all the jungle camps back in the day did a lot of fucking
You get XP.
The jungle now is comparable to fucking Winnie Hut Jr. But those Wraiths back in the day, woo! Even if you touch them a little, they could actually kill you when you're low HP. Also, the white camp wasn't included this, but I might as well lump it in here. The white camp used to be a camp that
I don't really remember that one, to be honest.
right before Gromp. And the white camp looks very similar to the Wraith camp. Instead of it being 4 of them, it was just one, and it was a big white one.
Why does he post like a water white? I don't know. That's a good question.
3 all the way till the end of season 4. And
That's
if
a
you
good
guys
question.
were wondering what existed before season 3, it was nothing. There was no camps there, which is weird because I always thought there was a camp right there. But apparently there was no camp that existed before the white camp.
Really?
The suicidal frog.
Here we go. Let's go.
Since the map update of season 5, every single league match has a suicidal frog with no will to live that hurdles himself
there we go.
before the start of every match. And the funny thing is that I do the same thing, but usually I just wait till after the game before I do it. However, it's important to add this note. Apparently there's another theory that technically the frog never died and just transforms into Gromp every single game. But
and then he gets killed.
People in the community have been calling this frog George. So
yes.
Use that information as you will.
No jumping.
No.
He's too tanky. I don't think I need any commentary for this video, so go ahead and roll the clip.
Okay, Nidalee. Serrat. Oh.
Nah, fuck that shit, man. He's too tanky.
Yeah. Damn, crazy.
Cannot do shit when he's so tanky.
Yeah, just too tanky. She actually took quite some tower shots.
Tiamat stacking.
Oh, I remember this. I did it as well. I feel guilty of this.
Shout out to
I feel guilty for that, for doing that. I remember it. It was so funny. You just jump in, you press 1, and everyone dies.
This suggestion. Back in old League of Legends, before Ravenous Hydra or even Tiamat Hydra existed, Tiamat used to be a standalone item that used to cost 2.3k gold. It would give you a decent amount of AD, a decent amount of health regen, but the most important thing was that cleave passive.
Yes.
However,
you just jump in, you mega click, and everyone dies. Oh, I just pressed the wrong button.
One exception, there was no stacking limit.
What? League of Legends players kills frogs? No, it's a frog. Didn't you see Neko tried to save him? You said no jumping and he did it anyway.
On the item. So theoretically, you could trigger the
it's the fault of George.
On multiple opponents at the same exact.
He's not like Juan. He's not like Juan. Juan, he's just standing. He's just chilling. But George, he's not chilling. If he sees a cliff, he will jump.
And the best champions to use the strat on were Vizora, because her ultimate stacked it insanely well. And
I hate Vizora players, by the way.
Proc it twice with her Q. And on top of that, she had the power Q. She could proc it 3 times.
Yeah.
But it's also important to note, it did work on ranged champions such as Twitch. So Twitch was able to use Tiamat pretty effectively as well.
I don't know who I played this on back then. I don't remember. It's so long. It's such a long time ago. Old map, twisted tree line, Sunfire, Evelyn, Sunfire. I don't remember that.
Old Summoner's Rift. The old Summoner's
Wait.
Rift.
Wait. Old look, new look. Yeah.
Summoner's Rift. The old
But you know
Rift
how
map
much I like to jump? Even
2009
Peppa Pig loves
all
jump.
the way till season 5
Why
of
Peppa
2015.
Pig?
And this
Let's have
map
Peppa
feels
Pig
like
done.
home to me. This map is the map that I played on when I was grinding League of Legends
Yeah.
in the earlier years.
Oh, yeah.
Just looking back on the map, it had a lot more character than the map that we have today. Of course, the map today is clean, more sterile, better for, you know, team fighting and shit, but I'll throw all that away for the old map, because the old map had character, it felt warm, it felt cozy, man. Y'all kids will never understand. Twisted Tree Line. I
missed this so much.
I would love to talk about Twisted Tree Line again, because this was my shit. I used to exclusively play Twisted Tree Line from level 1 all the way to level 30. And Twisted Tree Line was one of the original maps included in League of Legends with Summoner's Rift.
But it's just that yesterday I wanted to watch Peppa Pig, and I never thought jumping in muddy puddles was fun. You jumped into muddy puddles? Why did you do that?
The Tree Line was a 3v3 map.
Was it fun?
Much more fun and faster paced compared to Summoner's Rift. And there was actually 2 versions of this map. The first one from 2009 all the way till the end of Halloween of 2012. And then the one from 2012 all the way to 2019 before they removed it. And to be honest, I loved both versions of these maps. But if I had to pick one, I'm obviously going to pick the one that I grinded.
Yeah, I remember when they removed it, I think for some time I switched over to what's the name again? The Hearthstone one, the Blizzard one. The Blizzard MOBA. And that, because there they had something similar, and I loved it so much. Yeah, I switched over for like 1 or 2 months.
1 to 30.
No, it was messy. Oh,
real
damn.
shit. Riot Games need to bring back Twisted Tree Line. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but bring back Twisted Tree Line. Draven is Set's dad. This surprised the fuck out of me when I first saw it, because Draven is furries. He's like, you know, making out. What the heck is Draven is a furry. This is insane. This is insane. Seemed like the same age as Set, but apparently
crazy.
On Set's universe page, it says that his dad was an infamous Noxus pit fighter. And guess what Draven is? An infamous Noxus pit fighter.
Cannot
that, Draven is even on Set's related champion tab in the League of Legends webpage. So pretty much Draven smashed Set's mom and then went to get the milk, but never came back with the milk. Sunfire.
Draven is furries. I cannot believe this. It's not like us. We are half animals, but not furries. What do you mean? I'm a dragon. I'm Dragon X Dragon. But I can't transform. I can still make fire. I can do whatever I want. And I would not. Well, whatever. Well, what is going on here, by the way? This picture is insane.
Evelyn. Oh boy, this is a classic.
I don't remember that.
Here for this strategy, you guys are truly an OG. Back in the day when Evelyn was arguably one of the weakest champions in the game, she had an ability that made her go invisible up to 60 seconds. So essentially, people created a strategy where they would literally stack Sunfires, because stacking.
I don't know if I countered that. I mean, back then, League, when those were the times I was just playing. I didn't understand anything. I just played. I equipped random items that look cool. I played a champion that looked cool, and then I went into the game. Yeah. I'm a Frog X VRS player. Why a VRS player?
Worked infinitely back then, and they would literally stand.
Does that? Okay, never mind. I was about to say something, but then I realized it would sound really weird, so I will not say it.
On the enemy and burn them to death without them knowing what the fuck is going on. Because she was invisible and she had Sunfire, you were literally burning the enemy team without them even knowing it. And her stealth was true stealth, so she was able to get up and close with you. The only thing that would stop her is if you had an Oracle or a Pink Ward. And to be fair, this wasn't a broken strategy, but I can tell you, it was one of the
it was really confusing
to play against, especially as a new player who doesn't know what's going on.
Hello.
This must have been the most annoying shit ever.
I don't remember it.
To
Whoa!
There was a controversy with Red Baron Corky skin because
I remember that. And look, you can see Dominion. This is Dominion. This was my favorite game mode. And then they removed it. And later they made an event mode, which was similar, but it was not the same. They changed a lot of stuff. It was, yeah. I love Dominion. It was so funny. Man.
Resembles the colors of a specific superpower during World War II. I would love to say who they were, but
why do we have
demonetize me if I do.
I'm
not gonna do it.
Kind West.
It was the jerk.
The what?
French Ramus. Yo, I don't know who the voice actor of French Ramus is, but he gotta be the funniest guy ever, cause yo, he sounds creepy as hell.
What?
D'accord.
Taco.
What?
Whoa, what happened?
I think the top comment sums this up pretty well. French Renekton.
Oh.
Renekton, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
Baguette.
I'm French. I'm French.
That's where it came from. I didn't know that. Oh my god.
Russian moaning? I don't know
What?
how much Riot is paying these Russian voice actors, but some of the
Oh no, something Yabai is about to happen on the stream. I love old Kanye. He straight from the go. Chop up the soul Kanye. What set on his goals Kanye. What is going on? I'm confusion.
these voice actors are going above and beyond. Prime example, Russian Vayne. Go ahead.
Yo, what the hell is going on over there? This reminds me of I remember those Sims, those Ari Sims. They tried to download the Japanese version of League, and they only played Ari for a specific reason. Oh my freaking god, what is going on? I'm lucky. I hope you are wearing headphones. Oi! What the heck are you doing? Stop. Stop. No. Stop playing this sound on my stream.
That is the type of sound you would make if you died, I can imagine.
Iron 4.
Yeah, sure.
Iron 4 has gotten an infamous reputation as the bottom of the bottom, but a nigga like me, I remember back in the day, the lowest rank possible was bronze.
Yeah.
I actually was bronze 5 at that point, and
damn.
New Elo Hell is now Iron 4. And before Riot changed their system, I remember that there was more people on Iron 4 than they were.
Oh, Emerald. I remember that. Wait, Emerald? No. Wait, which was there was a rank which got newly introduced. It was not Emerald, was it? You had bronze, silver, gold. And I think platinum was not there in the beginning. I think after gold they had diamond. Or was it master that got newly introduced? I forgot.
Challenger. So literally, it was more rare to have an iron account than a fucking challenger account. And on top of that, if you wanted to buy an account, it would cost you more to get an iron account, because I don't know why people maybe want to beat up on toddlers. Aspects are basically darkens. Aspects are some of the most powerful beings in League of Legends lore. And aspects are basically powerful spirits that provide their hosts with unimaginable power. Champions like Leona, Diana, Pantheon, Taric. But people don't know that Darkins would be considered aspects too, because think of Aatrox and Kayn, they both have Darkins trapped inside them that provide them with power. But the main difference is that for the aspects, they provide that user with unimaginable power. For the Darkins, they were sealed away and they want to come out. They want to take control of their host. So that's the main difference between the two. But essentially, the two sides of the same coin. Speaking of aspects, Leona's genocide. This was a big surprise for me because I always thought Leona was the quote-unquote good guy. But apparently, I don't know much about the lore because Leona is a genocidal maniac that wants to kill all the Lunari people.
Yeah, Leona is crazy. Leona is crazy. I remember Diana wants peace. She's a chill girl. But Leona, she sees... How do I put this without making it sounding weird? She goes, when she sees something with a moon on your head, she's gonna go for your head. She's gonna come for you. Okay, that's probably the easiest way.
In a story,
make it not sound weird.
Released around
It still sounds weird, but
Diana and Leona were essentially friends. Actually, they were low-key lovers at one point. But that was before
what the heck?
They were struck by moonlight and sunlight respectively, turning them both into aspects. And when they got turned into aspects, they essentially turned into two different people. Where Leona was on a crusade.
Oh, I remember
to
this.
kill all those
Don't shoot.
Good
and
thing
he
I
still
like
shot.
Diana more anyways. Doping in worlds. In any sport, people will always try to get a competitive advantage over their competition.
Yeah.
And this could be through various
Isn't the moon
means,
just
and typically
reflecting the sun?
the
Yes.
most popular way of gaining that advantage is by
Technically, yes.
doping, either using steroids or some other performance-enhancing drugs. And even in esports, players will take these performance-enhancing drugs to increase their level of play. And the most popular drug of them all would be Adderall because it enhances your focus and clarity. And there's real-life examples of people using these drugs
I never
to
heard
get
of
a
this.
competitive advantage in worlds.
To be honest.
There was an infamous C9 scandal. I'm not going to go over it fully, but essentially...
Yeah.
Favorite esports team was definitely dabbling in the drugs. A lot of drugs.
Henry,
Drugs are
stop
bad.
it.
You shouldn't do drugs. If you do, you're bad. Because drugs are bad. Okay? It's a bad thing
The
to do
Frau
drugs,
James
so don't
mentioned?
be bad
Yeah.
by doing drugs. Okay? That'd be bad. The drugs are bad. Okay?
What's going on? Wait, this is the end? No, there's still one more after
ban
this.
rate Cassidy.
I remember that.
This
Yeah.
shit actually gives me PTSD because this was arguably one of the most
Yeah.
broken champions in League of Legends existence. And usually Riot would nerf these champions very early on, so their reign of terror will only last a couple months. For 90% ban rate Cassidy, he was fucking popular
Yeah.
from season 2 all the way to like the end of season 3. And I remember his ban rate used to fluctuate. It used to be all the way up to like 95 to 98% ban rate.
I
That
remember
shows you how
that.
truly broken this
I
champion.
remember that. And one time I played against him and I was like, okay, never again will I not ban the champion.
And the main difference is that
Dominion
Cassidy of old used to have a silence on his Q, and it used to be quite a long one. So literally, he would just jump on you, silence you, and then one tap you. And especially if he actually reaches the late game, good fucking luck. Good fucking luck. He's way more impressive than the Cassidy.
I mean, you can see it right now, what's going on there.
Today. And on top of that, back in the day, we didn't have that many dashes or gap closers or movement abilities. So Cassidy was on a level of his own. So if you know how to play the game, you could actually just destroy the entire map with this champion. Really, just an absolute menace to society.
Dominion.
The Journal of Justice.
Oh, I remember this. Or is it? Is it the player bans when players were banning other players?
I know a lot of you guys weren't around for the Journal of Justice, but the Journal of Justice was a collection of stories about League of Legends and the world around it, and the different
Okay, it
events.
wasn't. Wait, how was it called again? It has something similar. Player... I forgot the name.
That were actively happening in the story.
And players
of League of
were
Legends.
banning
And this
other
was
players.
one of the few ways that we were able to find out the lore of League of Legends. And every now and then, Riot would release a new article about the current and past events that were currently happening in Runeterra, and you were able to read directly from the client. The one thing I did like about the Journal of Justice a lot was that they wrote it into the perspective of somebody who was in Runeterra that owns a newspaper business called the Journal of Justice, and they have these different staff members. So if you guys want to take a look, These are some pretty cool avatars that they had for each one of the articles. But eventually, Riot decided to get rid of the Journal of Justice to find other ways to convey the lore. One example would be music videos. And speaking of music videos, shoot faster.
Let's go.
The game itself, League of Legends over the years have expanded in different avenues, from different games like Valorant.
Look, it's Valorant.
Like, what is this? Blue wall. Raining smoke. Nami altar. Fucking, I don't know what that is. Fucking Nasus E all over the site. Incoming nukes. Nukes dropping down. Wall.
It's crazy.
Full-fledged TV shows like Arcane. But before all
what? Wait, what is that? This is spoiler. I don't want to see spoiler. Get out of here.
And the first music video they ever released was
Get Jinx. Yeah.
Jinx.
This was a banger.
And this music video was actually released 2 days before Jinx's release on October 10th.
Yeah, this was a banger.
And I ain't gonna lie, this song is an absolute banger.
Yeah.
I remember playing this shit on repeat on Osu.
Yeah. Oh damn, he's crazy.
But this music video opened the door for Riot to actually head first into music.
Yeah, I remember this. This was with Fortitude. Like after this music video, they started producing Arcane. Isn't that crazy?
Dropping some bangers in the process. Like for example, the next music video they dropped after the Jinx music video was the Warriors song.
Oh, this is also a banger.
That shit is arguably my favorite fucking song that League of Legends ever released.
Yeah.
A muumuu is a dead child. For a children's game, League of
Yeah, the Amumu music video is so freaking sad. Oh my god.
Legends has some dark ass lore for some of their characters.
Yeah.
Exhibit A, Amumu. He's literally a dead child brought back to life, roaming around, just trying to find someone to be his friend.
I am overwhelmed by an emotion when you are not around. It is called happiness.
Damn. What the hell?
Would you like some friends?
No. Oh, no. They are all bullying him. Stop bullying him, my boy.
Can't have him.
Stop it. Stop it.
Aw, poor sad little mummy. I just want to take you home.
Goo goo gaga. I want.
What?
I want milk.
However, he is cursed to be alone forever because whoever he touches dies.
Yeah.
Truly a sad, sad, sad story. Oh, boo-hoo. Stop crying, little nigga, man. Everyone's depressed sometimes, man. Get you some money, nigga.
What the? Oh, this is the last one. Okay, what do we have here? Timo, measurement. Yeah, the mushrooms. Lux W step? Wait, what was a W? Wait, the W was the shield, no? I remember some time ago you were able to use the W or the shield thing to see into bushes. Like if you throw it into a bush, you were able to see what's going on there. And the same with the other abilities as well. With the Jaximus. What was Jaximus? Leona and something else. Find me something.
Timo measurement unit. People will often make fun of League of Legends engine because it's filled with spaghetti code, but you guys actually probably didn't know that Riot used to use Timos as measuring unit. Because Timo was the smallest character in the game, Riot decided to use that as a unit of measurement.
Yeah.
Lux's W stealth. Yeah, you guys heard that right. Lux's W used to stealth her entire team with her W. So before Lux's release,
I don't remember this.
Supposed to be able to stealth her allies for up to 3 seconds.
Damn.
However, before her release, Riot decided to take it out of her kit for fucking obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But I digress. And it makes sense because stealth is already annoying enough when you have to deal with a Shaco or a Twitch. But
imagine a full team.
Stealthied her entire team before leaving a bush, and you randomly get ganked by 5 fucking people. That shit would actually make me uninstall.
Yeah.
Jaximus. The Jaximus skin actually has a lot of backstory behind
Really?
it. Because the Jaximus skin was actually created for a young boy named Joe.
Oh.
And Joe had cancer. So what happened is that the Make-A-Wish Foundation and his family contacted Riot to see if they could create a skin and add it to the game. Riot, in a heartwarming gesture, agreed to make that
Good
skin.
old times when we didn't have Riot CEO, the new one, by the way.
Donate.
They will probably they will mention it in one of the next videos, but even the people in Riot right now, they are telling me, man, the new Riot CEO, this is not the way. Because the issue is, the new Riot CEO, he's coming from finance department, you know, and you don't want a finance guy to take over your company, because they will be like, okay, we will cut this because it's too much cost, we will cut this because it's too much cost, and we will cut this because it's too much cost. Also, we will make everything 10% more expensive. That's a finance guy. So yeah, people don't like him. I can understand why. I mean, look what's going on there right now in Riot. And yeah. Man. I met 2 or 3 Riot CEOs in my life, and they were all cool people. I didn't met this guy, but from what I heard, he's a freaking brick. I'm sorry that I have to say that, but yeah, he's just not the guy who should be leading a community first company. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
All the revenue to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. However, Joe ended up passing away after his wish was granted. So to honor him, Riot added one more quote to the Jaximus skin.
Here's to you, kid. Bravest hero I ever knew was just a kid. Here's to you, champ.
I don't know why it's ordered like this, but
banger.
After such a heartwarming story, let's talk about Leona's panties in a bush. This is a super funny one, and this was actually the first thing that caught my eye when I was actually reading this iceberg. Because what the fuck do they mean by Leona's panties in a bush? But after finding a video about it, it all makes sense now. So with the release of Leona, and like every other champion has, she got a skin that goes along with it, which was Valkyrie Leona. Players, well, I don't know if players did it, but the Gooners definitely did. They found out that if you enter a bush with this skin, you were able to see through her skirt, and yeah, straight cheekage.
Damn, nigga, what you doing with all this ass?
Are you serious?
Cheeked up on a Thursday afternoon, hella ass.
Nah.
It was just.
This is so stupid.
I don't.
Nah.
Damn, we're already on the last one. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but Finals Fuken. Another Lux one. Back before 2012, Lux.
Yeah. What's wrong?
Ultimate was not called Final Spark. It was actually called Finals Fuken, and apparently that just means Final Spark in German. Yeah, I didn't know Lux was German.
What? What did he say?
It was not called Final Spark. It was actually called Finals Fuken.
Let me... Funken. It's Funken, not Fluken. It's Funken. Finales Funken. What the heck? How did he pronounce that? Finales Funken. But it doesn't... It means like final sprinkle or something like that, which sounds really weird.
And apparently,
but it didn't mean spark.
That just means Final Spark in
No,
German.
it's sparkle. Final sparkle. Final sparkle. What were the devs cooking with this? I don't know.
It seems like her and Red Baron Corky have a lot in common.
It's not Nazi skin, it's a World War I skin. Holy shit!
Thank you for watching this video, guys.
That's
especially
true.
Since you made it all the way here, might as well drop a like. And if you're new to this channel, maybe consider subscribing to the channel for more high quality content like this. I do apologize not uploading in such a long time, but
that's fine.
This big ass video makes up for it. And don't forget to drop a comment on your favorite League of Legends memory. Maybe it'll be used in a future video. But without further ado, enjoy Enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Drink some water, fear God, and
I don't have water. I only have tea next to me right now. But I can drink it. Thank you. This was a nice video from Sitback. Okay, but we have more League of oh no, the next one is Legends of Runeterra. Okay, so this will be interesting. I really enjoyed Legend of Runeterra, to be honest. But over time, I don't know, it just got worse and worse with the updates. I don't know what happened. But yeah. Spark? Twilight Sparkle? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we're gonna watch now the fourth video, which is what happened to Legend of Runeterra. I actually don't know what happened to the game because I haven't played it in a while as well. But I really enjoyed it in the beginning. And then after what happened? I think after they added Aurelian Soul and all this crazy stuff, I didn't enjoy it as much anymore. It was still okay-ish. And then they added something else. I think it was Pike and stuff. And then I only played Pike because it was the freaking meta. You couldn't do anything anymore against him. And it was so stupid. And then they just started doing a lot of crazy stuff. And I was like, okay, hell no. No way. Yeah. Also known as Bacon. Bacon. Every time you talk about the game in public, it was always so funny because you were like, oh, what do you think of Bacon? And then you had to make some cool sense so people don't figure out that you are playing about, talking about the new game. You just have a cool conversation about Bacon in public. Yeah. But okay, there's a way. What way?
League of Legends is a MOBA loved around the world.
Yeah.
Riot Games has given the game incredible dev support, art direction, and unique characters.
Yeah.
So how about a spin-off? A card game with your favorite champions.
I love the game so much.
And with lore to support.
The ISO, I don't know if it will be included in the video, but the ISO after Akai, they had like a story mode, and then you had like a story where Vi and Jinx are coming back together. It was so cool. It was so cool. I really enjoyed that one. I love Bacon. I gotta be my favorite breakfast site. Really? Really?
Runeterra World. It happened.
What kind of bacon?
Legends of Runeterra, a game that technically did everything right but still failed.
Yeah.
This is how Legends of Runeterra became Riot Games' biggest failure.
So you have to pay attention to this actually right now because, as some of you might know, but Vizora is also making a card game, so it might be worth taking a few notes.
So before Hearthstone even came out, I knew that Riot
it might be worth it.
Card game. The code name for the game was Bacon. My name is Travis Gafford. I have been covering esports and Riot Games for the past, I guess, 13 years now.
And hello, Travis.
I am an avid card game player.
The beef
I've played
bacon,
many
it's very
TCGs
yummy.
over the years.
Oh, but do you like grilled bacon or like medium, rare? What else? Maybe completely crispy bacon. There are a lot of bacon types.
But what happened was that Riot Games, as they were growing, as League was requiring more resources, and as they just were trying to figure out how to release another game.
But many people don't know, probably. There were a lot of people who like card games in Riot, especially Magic. I remember when this game was developed and we went into the first test sessions, everyone was like, oh, Magic, it's so cool. I love this. This is from Magic. We were inspired by this from Magic. And I was like, dude, what are you saying? It should be its own game. And then they changed a lot of stuff. But yeah, it was really cool. I still have mine. Where is it? I don't have it nearby right now. I don't have it next to me, but I also have like my note block from Riot still in my possession, where we were making notes of what could be improved, what was still bugging, and stuff like this. And yeah, it was really cool. It was really cool. And I also have some notes which finally got implemented into the game as well, so I can be proud of that. Some of my suggestions made it into the game. I like crispy bacon and frieds. frites. Potatoes. Patata fritas with bacon. Okay, that's cool.
I think chasing this obsession with, well, whatever game we need to come out with next also needs to be, genre defining the same way that League of Legends was. I think it really slowed down the development on this game, and it took them, I don't know, I mean, I heard about it in 2013 or 2012 maybe, even when this released in 2020. I guess it had been probably 8 or so years of development that
I love potatoes, Akai. Potatoes, yeah.
At least I was aware of.
In Germany, there are a lot of dishes with potatoes, by the way. Like, a lot.
And during that time, Hearthstone released.
One of my favorite dishes is also, how do you call it? Like mashed potatoes with spinach and egg. It's really nice. I love it as well. Technically, you can put bacon to it as well. But usually I don't use bacon. Usually I just eat it like that.
Some have speculated that Riot wanted to wait out Hearthstone's momentum and learn from Blizzard's entry into TCGs.
Yes.
But it seems like they waited too long. By the time that they eventually released the game, it seemed like people were either tired of the genre or already too invested into a card game to switch. If you've put hundreds of dollars and hours learning the meta and building your collection in Hearthstone, Shadowverse, or MTG Arena, you wouldn't have much incentive to swap over to a brand new game.
And I think by the time Legends of Runeterra came out, a lot of people, including folks like myself, were already kind of burnt out on this type of experience. It's similar to the World of Warcraft situation, where it's very difficult for other MMOs to succeed in the space because WoW just has such a huge head start.
Yeah, it's the same. I mean, in our card game, the Vizora card game, it will be really reliant on solo, like single player as well. Like, it will not be exclusively multiplayer, because I'm pretty sure it will be hard to find players who can play with, because obviously we don't have, as of right now, no releases. So making the game popular and a lot of people play it is really difficult. It will be really, really, really difficult. So having a single player, and then maybe when more people are discovering the game, to go into actual multiplayer, seasons, like having the full rank system set up, might be a good thing to do, like to have. Technically, it's already there, but I'm thinking of having just a season which goes unlimited, on like an indefined time, until at some point, I don't know, you can actually make seasons out of it. But we will see how it will go. I should stop leaking too much of that.
That anything that comes out later, you're kind of like, well, why would I play this over WoW? Or I've already played enough WoW, I don't really feel like I want to play another MMO.
Yeah. That being said, Riot seemed to be up for the challenge and was prepared to invest heavily into the game, even launching a high-production cinematic.
Yeah, this was so cool as well.
Unit Image, the same team behind League of Legends, The Call, and the Baldur's Gate 3 intro. The trailer looks like a series of oil paintings.
Yes.
And while it featured no gameplay, it set the tone for what Legends of Runeterra was going to be. A serious card game with a ton of support backing it. Legends of Runeterra was, and still is, a lore lover's dream. The game includes all 10 major regions in the League of Legends world.
Yes.
And each of these regions include all the recognizable champions from the MOBA. More interestingly though, these would also include a whole bunch of new characters never before seen that you get to play with. This was a huge deal for fans of League lore who wanted to dig into the world of the game further. The abilities of champions old and new would reflect their MOBA counterparts. So even if you had a cursory knowledge of League, you could still appreciate the consistency between games. All of this was presented through incredibly smooth animations, beautiful expandable art for every card, and attractive cosmetics as in-game purchases.
Yes.
Speaking of, all of the in-game purchases were completely optional. The game had an innate way for you to...
Yeah, this was so cool. The mission system works so well. It works so well.
Receive the exact types of cards you wanted just by...
Like, all the things you can buy are, well, were basically cosmetics. You can also buy things to get cards, but it didn't get you as much as in other games like Hearthstone, for example, because as a player, if you just play missions, you can also choose a champion you want to do, or so it doesn't matter if you invest a lot of money or not, you will get what you want to get anyway.
playing the game. On release, you could pick a faction like the Shadow Isles, and then passively unlock those types of cards when you play any game. Additionally, many things rewarded wild cards, a system that lets you get whatever card you wanted, given it was the same rarity as the wild card. Rewards always felt plentiful, and never drip-fed, and there was always a clear, relatively easy path to make your next deck. This system was objectively incredibly generous. Mark Merrill, CFO and co-founder of Riot, talked about it during a State of the Game update earlier in 2020.
He's one of the people I met. Really cool guy, by the way. He's one of the guys that I really respect. He's like not your typical CEO. He's like someone who actually talks to you and tries to understand your perspective. When you report an issue to him, for example, he tries to see it from all perspectives. He's not like, oh no, we cannot do that because of that. He's actually trying to see, okay, how can we fix this? So yeah, cool guy.
Part of the sort of the thesis and opportunity that really excited us as players was the fact that, in a lot of CCGs, one of the things we all love to do was build decks. And so we wanted to have a business model that was incredibly generous to players, that enabled people to have a lot of cards to then get into that fun experimentation and not feel like I've got to go spend hundreds of dollars in order to go get the cards, even build the decks and figure out,
let people try it.
This incredibly generous business model put players first in a way that no other mass market digital card games were doing at the time. Instead of needing to spend hundreds of dollars when a new set comes out, just continuing to play the game more would earn those cards as a reward for playing.
Yeah, or you can just play the missions normally and save everything for the next update. Or you played a lot and then you get a lot of those shards that you can also make new cards with. So either way, you will get the cards that you want.
Sounds like a pretty
which is really
deal,
cool,
right? Players get the cards they want so they can get deck building right away. No more opening card packs, letting RNG determine what decks you can and can't build. But here is the possible mistake Riot made. They didn't realize that, although perhaps predatory, there is a reason that business model has been a part of trading card games since the start. The nature of packs, loot boxes, gacha, or whatever you want to call it,
but you also had pack openings there.
People in and makes them stick around for more.
Yeah, this is German. It is German. Whoa, wait, what the heck is he getting there? This is crazy, actually.
Not only do players like it, but viewers like it as well. Many games similar and dissimilar that
excited German noises.
gain a ton of viewership from streamers opening packs or trying to high roll for a rare cosmetic. Removing those aspects, regardless of what they do to the industry or a player.
I know it's a mistake, technically, but I still think it's good to let players choose what they want. You can do the card opening thing. If people want to open cards, you can still do it. But yeah, maybe you can make it more expensive then if you want. No. I don't know how to fix it, but I think it's a good system that Riot had.
Their psyche was Riot effectively
it's generous, but it's a good system.
Now imagine this. You make a card game called Legends of Runeterra, and you say, yeah, well, that addictive part, we could just cut it out. It's not necessary. We're just going to make a good game. Sure, they made a great game. I still think to this day, on the market, there's no better card game to play. The playing of Runeterra is amazing, but they have that entire addictive part of the game, which is freaking awesome and fun and exciting to collect cards, and they said we don't need it.
Riot tried to apply the same business model that they had used with League of Legends. They created a free-to-play game that would survive and make money off of players purchasing non-gameplay impacting cosmetics. So naturally, they'd want to replicate the success of another League strategy, esports. Blizzard had tried to make esports work for Hearthstone, but despite modest success, it never really reached the heights that other mass-market esports did. But people thought that if it was anyone, it would be Riot to succeed where other developers failed, and actually build a thriving, massively...
I don't remember what happened there, to be honest. I don't remember what happened there.
Popular esports scene around a card game.
At that time, I was Riot employee, and I don't know if you know, but if you look at the bottom of those tournaments, or the rank list, it says that Riot employees are excluded. So even if I would be a top player, I would not be allowed to take part of any tournaments. which is a little bit sad.
Legends of Runeterra's player base
But
never
it
got
is
large
what
enough
it
to
is.
successfully fan the flames of a thriving esports scene. Although they had multiple Worlds events and qualifiers, for one reason or another, these events were all held remotely and failed to reach the same viewership highs that games like League and Dota had. Despite all of Riot's best efforts, they couldn't solve the big issue that plagues TCG viewership, the barrier of entry to watch and understand what's going on. Card games are hard to spectate for a casual.
Legends of Runeterra was really easy to understand, in my personal opinion.
Player who doesn't have the requisite game knowledge of each card and their abilities. Anything exciting that does happen requires a ton of information to really fully appreciate, which is something that other popular esports usually don't have problems with. So in the end, only Runeterra players watched Runeterra tournaments, and the ceiling for viewership and esports growth became capped from the start.
Wait, how much? Oh damn. The views went down massively. From 44,000 to 12,000 is insane.
And the ceiling for viewership and esports growth became capped from the start. This all leads us to the State of the Game 2024, in which Riot announced that they would be ending support for competitive PvP in Legends of Runeterra. In early 2024, Riot was downsizing. They had a massive wave of layoffs and even ended support for their Riot Forge projects. Their goal was to focus all of their funding and effort on titles that they knew would be successful and that they believed should be prioritized. Legends of Runeterra did not meet the criteria.
But we sort of, never really get the formula right. We were always spending a lot more money investing in the game and supporting the community than the game was bringing in, and so essentially being subsidized by our other products. So we tried a lot of things over the last couple of years to figure out how to grow the audience and what would resonate with players. And so we sort of reached a point where we had to make some changes to try to get to a place of sustainability, because players have been so committed to this game, and we know so many people love the game, that we want to keep finding a way to deliver this awesome game that people love.
Riot decided to take their support of the game and fully focus it more on the PvE side.
Really?
They claim that
I haven't played it in a long time, but this is interesting. Especially because, I mentioned PvE will be in our game as well. I didn't know that they changed it that way, to be honest.
To the player base was actually playing PvE, so they believed the best thing to do would be to develop the parts of the game that players love the most.
But is this a mistake?
That support for things like esports ended immediately. In the Q&A that was released along with the State of the Game, Riot stated that, "For now, competitive PvP will be put into hibernation. This includes gauntlets, ranked season rewards, tournaments such as the..."
What? Damn.
Terra open system, worlds, and esports holistically. However, we will keep casual, standard, eternal, and versus AI open indefinitely.
What is that game even about? It's a card game.
Ranked, standard, and eternal will continue, but in a different structure than today that we'll be figuring out soon. With the sweeping changes to Riot and Legends of Runeterra, it will take us some time to figure out what we can do with those formats.
Damn.
And we'll update you when we have more solid plans.
This is not the end of the video, right? No.
So competitive support ended for Legends of Runeterra.
That's
Despite
crazy.
seemingly doing everything right, this high potential product appears to have failed. But why? Well, it's a nuanced combination of things.
Okay, yeah.
To start, their business model was too generous. While this might seem like an insane thing to say, if you ask most regulars of the game, there would be an agreement that Runeterra provided one of the friendliest systems in TCGs, beyond just giving everyone every card. You can have a big discussion on TCGs and argue which part of a game that involves collectibles is the part that causes a player to keep...
Okay, so if I make my card game, we cannot be generous. Why not?
Coming back. But if you ask anybody that played trading card games, real or digital, what some of their favorite moments were with them, most of the time they would think to a rare pack pull.
Okay, maybe we just make everything expensive then about getting the card that you want. Or making specific cards not achievable only by card openings. That might actually be something. I have to write that down. I will write it down.
Then a big outplay.
And then the other one is... Holy...
What?
Maybe it was just bad timing. Maybe the genre just isn't big enough, or maybe it really was.
Yeah, I mean, it's really niche, to be honest. It's a niche community, but it's for the people who do enjoy it, it's a good thing. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Akai card game, I play it as much as I play Skullgirls or Batim. Really. Yeah, I mean, the first game that will be released from Vizora will be a casual game probably, because it's progressing the fastest, and at the moment it's probably the first that will be released. It probably will even be released in this year still. It depends on how much time I will be able to have to work on it. But it will probably be released, like, if I would have to say some estimate, I would probably say Q3 this year. So, yeah. Or even Q2 for, like, October. Something like that. Yeah, I have to see.
Of Runeterra gave too much away and didn't give the players anything to chase. Some speculate that the cosmetics didn't sell well enough also, but Travis argues that the lack of sales wasn't a core issue.
I think I would disagree with the idea that the problem is that people weren't buying these, because I don't know if people were buying them or not, but the problem was that there were not people to buy them. I think that the biggest issue Legends of Runeterra faced was a player-based issue, because TFT has stuck around, been a massive success, and eventually they figured out the monetization issue, or maybe they're still working on developing it. But like for a long time, TFT was like, I think you could buy some very basic cosmetics for it or whatever. But the game was so successful that there was never any doubt about whether or not Riot should continue to invest into it, or like what the deal should be with it. On the other hand, you've had Legends of Runeterra where they were coming at it and building really cool cosmetics. But there were not people to purchase that.
One thing was for certain, not enough players were playing the
game. I
have
nothing to chase, but I have something to escape. What? What do you have to escape to?
It didn't present a radical departure from what TCGs are, so it likely struggled with bringing in new players to the genre. It was an incredible product for the niche of people who love League of Legends lore and great new card games. But at the end of the day, that wasn't enough.
You know, for me, I hope that Riot realizes...
I mean, for me, I stopped playing because I played when I didn't have my PC. And then they removed it from freaking GeForce Now, so I had no way to play it anymore. This was why I stopped playing.
Is that they need to balance their
and now I just don't have time anymore.
And be thoughtful about what a game could be.
Children, Blue Archive fans, tax collectors, and the IRS. Oh damn! Wait, children? Why children? What have they done? But the IRS I can understand.
With the need to move on a space before it starts to get stale. I love and find it so funny that TFT came out right around the same time as Legends of Runeterra and is massively successful, and so much so that I don't think Riot does a good job of even explaining how successful TFT is. I think the one time was when I interviewed John Needham and he said it was the biggest strategy game in the world.
But I think the difference is TFT is already in the League client, so you don't have to install something extra for it, you know. I'm pretty sure if TFT would be a completely separated game, for which wouldn't be in the launcher from League, in the League client, I would be pretty sure the success of the game would have been different, to be honest. Personal opinion, but yeah.
Game that was, you know, what's the Iron Man meme about, like, you know, Tony Stark built this in a cave?
I just scared, but I just scared of kids and their tantrums. You know, Alice things. Yeah, I don't like children as well. This sounds like I'm a bad person, but what I don't like is that they scream, they are loud, they are making everything messy. That's what I don't like. If they are, you know, they can be cute, but if they are loud and annoying, they can get out of here. Especially in airplanes. I have only the airplane experience. When they scream so loud, they are screaming louder than a freaking jet engine, and this is unbelievable.
Like, that was essentially what TFT did while Project Bacon or Legends of Runeterra was taking, you know, 8 years or whatever to build. They were building that, and basically immediately with sticks and duct tape in the League of Legends client when that genre took off.
Yeah.
And they ended up owning and claiming that genre when everybody else was trying to do the gold rush there.
So what is the current state of the game? Is it dead? Well, not really. The game has now shifted from its PvP focus to more of a roguelike deck building game.
Yeah.
But its systems were never a problem to start. Even if it wasn't your jam, the lore within is still as full as ever. And if anything, the game has plenty of story
penguins are now my free-to-go
elements
enemies.
for those
Really?
interested in the setting. Hopefully, even with the few players
Penguins
remaining
are
and
cute
lower
as well.
support from Riot overall, the game
they're
can
funny
continue to slowly
sometimes.
improve. Because even though Legends of Runeterra wasn't the next big thing, it was enough. But
Hmm.
sometimes that doesn't cut it.
Damn.
Shout out and thanks to Cloud,
Oh, that's the end of this
Bean,
video.
Pass, Shampoo, and Yashichi for being top patrons of the channel.
Nice, thank
if you enjoyed the
you.
video, leaving a like, subscribing, and hitting the bell
Oh
to stay
my
up to date is
god.
much appreciated.
Freaking
My name is
GameCube.
Jonah. Thanks for watching.
Thank you for making the video. It was a beautiful one. I also like that we have a suggestion for a GameCube controller. Yeah, I like GameCube. It was a banger. Freaking Mario Kart on this thing. This was the real banger. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, but we have to hurry up a little bit because we are getting into midnight slowly but surely. Yeah. Okay, so we are getting right into the next video, which is called Riot finally caved to the pressure, but worse is to come. I'm pretty sure this video was not titled like this when I put it in here. But okay, let's watch it. What's going on here?
Even though they've just walked things back, people are not thrilled with Riot Games right now. And that
Yeah,
is
wait, from when is this video? 2 months ago. Okay.
all about how Riot are responding to, in their words, quote, an increasing
Okay, so why is Riot being destroyed now? Let's destroy them. Let's join the Riot.
That was a problem. And their initial solution was kind of drastic. It was a massive stepping back of League's reward systems, so much
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Well, I saw it as well. And I was like, what the heck?
And that's on a stack of other
I
criticisms.
mean, you saw my reaction. We did play League in the 24 hours thing, and I was like, what the heck are they doing in the game? Crazy.
But now, after significant backlash, Riot have announced a walkback of many of the changes, but underlying issues still remain. It's one of those things where to a lot of people it feels like, hang on a second, that looked way, way, way worse. And now you've walked it back, but it's still worse than what we had before. I'm not saying that it's a conspiracy and that they always planned this. I don't think that's the case, but the real reason why Riot's doing all of this still remains.
Yeah.
It seems that what we've got now is a half measure, and the direction of travel is still concerning. To start off, people are already suspicious
Let's
because
see.
of Battle Pass changes made earlier this year.
They don't need more money. When I speak to Riot people, from what I hear, they don't need more money. The issue is this CEO. I mean, they spend so much money on useless things as well inside the company. Like, can I say it? Maybe I can say it. You know what? I will say it. For example, in Berlin, they wanted to build a new office for Riot. A third one. They have 2 offices. They wanted to build a third one. And then, midway, they were like, actually, we don't need it. And they stopped building it, and they just spent like millions of euros for nothing. I don't know what they did to the office. If they sold it or what they done, but they just lost a lot of money and used this thing. And this is just one example. There are many of those examples. And that's how they lose money. They are just being stupid with it. And yeah, with this new CEO, he's stopping those things, kind of, but he also is looking for a way to get more out of everything for new projects that are yet to come, which makes sense. But at the same time, he's doing that so we can speed them up, so they can be released earlier. But it's not really that necessary from what I heard. It's just like, okay, why do we need that? Why do we need to save on all those things when initially the message was community first, and now this doesn't seem to be the point anymore. It's no longer community first. And that's the concerning part that I see. That the company is more shifting for, we need to show We need to show investors or whoever that we are getting everything forward, that we are working on stuff, that the game is moving forward to new directions that they might prefer, but not what the community wants, you know. And that's the concerning thing that I see personally. So yeah, but let's see what he will say about all of that.
Basically, Riot wanted to move most of League of Legends'
But they have enough money, by the way. They are still in a huge plus with everything, and I don't even know why they remove all of the stuff. It's not like they get less money to it, to be honest.
XP and reward systems to the free track of the battle pass, but with no level up bonuses, basically, and a few other things. Players, especially the most engaged players, just found the new system to be substantially less rewarding.
Yeah, I hate those
so bad that it
those things, by the way.
Lost their minds.
So annoying.
Insane.
The new system.
Then we found out that somebody made a mistake pushing this live, where someone at Riot simply got their calculations wrong. So fixes were made. That was good. But of course, obviously the problems did not stop. And the center of all of today's stuff is this: the humble Hex Tech chest, a loot box.
What is that?
Now, these and the keys that you need to open them.
I still have, I have still so many chests. I still have like 30 chests that are not opened, and I don't know what to do with them.
For free, for an example, as an end of match reward for real good performance. And the intent was like Counter-Strike. You get some chests, but you can't open them. So you need to buy keys to open them. And then they sprinkle in a few earnable keys to, you know, get people started, your free sample. This meant that technically, you could get skins without paying money. Riot initially decided to remove the entire system.
This is so stupid.
Battle Pass. And that meant that if you enjoyed getting the odd free skin through a Hex Tech chest, basically screw you, pay up, and you kind of felt like an Overwatch 1 player transitioning to Overwatch 2. The new system just
that is true.
In every way.
That is true.
People were pissed. So Riot decided to record a video from the head of the League of Legends studio and an executive producer. And that video did not go well. People wanted an apology and they wanted change. What they got was an explanation. One that basically said, hey, this game needs to earn money. It costs money to make. Seemingly, it seems their costs are going up, but their revenue isn't going.
Yeah, sure. I mean, those are just excuses from what I have heard, you know, from what I have heard. They have money. It's not like they are going down. I mean, obviously the revenue is going a bit down, but there's no, you know, you can introduce new systems, but you don't have to remove the old ones for that. There are some, I see so many ways, so many other ways where you could make more money in League. Like, for example, you can introduce new skins for something specific. Like in, what's the name? In Wild Rift, when you die, you leave like a thing on the ground. You could have introduced this in League, you know, when you die, there's like a sticker or something lying on the ground. Or you have a specific kill animation, like if you kill someone, then they there's an explosion happening on this person, for example. You can have things like that, and people will buy it. You can just, if you need money, just introduce new things that are working in the other game that you already have. Wild Rift is technically League, you know. And it's working there, so yeah, it's crazy. Okay, why is the CEO of Wild cheapy and cheapstake? It's a finance guy. The new CEO from Wild is a finance guy. That's the issue. He's from finance department. And even Wild employees are complaining about him. Or at least the ones that I speak to. I don't know.
Going up as much, and that appears to worry them. we'll get to that later.
Oh boy.
Now, let's talk about the walkback. Riot announced that they are bringing the Hex Tech chests back.
Yeah.
With significant changes. Oh yes, and the changes actually do matter. So instead of earning them through Champion Mastery, you'll now be getting them through the Battle Pass, because we all
Great. Who doesn't like Battle Passes?
Cracked with 8 on the free track. Now they're also adding 2 chests per season through honor-based missions, and in total people can get up to 60 chests per year over 6 seasons, which is actually compared to the previous of 52 a year. So it actually does initially think, hang on.
Yeah, but it's in the Battle Pass, so do you need to buy the Battle Pass to do that? That's the question I have right now.
This is way better than the old system.
Yeah.
But no, it's not. Because this
Wait a
requires
second.
Battle Pass progression, it will likely require substantially more play than before.
Oh yeah, this as well. Probably, yeah.
From an inordinate amount more hours of gameplay. That's great for Riot. It still builds the business model that they obviously do want to pivot towards. And hey, at least it still is also giving people the experience with Hex Tech chests that they're kind of used to. But many players just see this as a less straightforward version of the previous system that's just obviously tied to the Battle Pass as the center of Riot's monetization strategy.
Wait, like the Apex Legends killing cinematics? I don't know.
Riot needs
what's going on there?
money. That makes people think, why do they need more money? What's actually going on here? And can I expect everything to get worse? So let's talk about Riot reeking of greed. Here's an example of some, I think, justifiable outrage that went viral and X for good reason. Just to quote, scams on a daily basis, low value $250 skins, mythic recolors for $125 and post layoff quality declines. That sounds bad, but it's obviously how people feel.
League of
Riot made some
Leagues.
changes, the internet remembers. Now, in response to another criticism, the epic Mordekaiser skin that they were doing, which could...
I read about that. Oh my god, this is crazy.
Up to $250 has actually now been delayed and updated to feel a bit more exalted because it's of the exalted category. To get you up to speed in that, they've just started to do crazy expensive skins that are via gacha system. There was one themed around Jinx with, you know, of course, the Arcane tie-in.
Yeah.
That got a lot of backlash. People just thinking $250 for a skin? What the hell is going on?
Yeah, this is
Obviously,
crazy.
If you're a veteran of playing gacha games, well, you think $250? Those are weak numbers. In this case, though, the Mordekaiser skin was following the same model, but it genuinely seemed to be quite a bit less skin for the same amount of price.
Yeah.
So Riot have delayed it. They're also committing, they say, to making these changes across all planned exalted skins that are coming this year, and they've said they'll be promoting them less heavily through the game client, which I think is kind of interesting, right? It's just that thing where if the game client is
crazy.
too aggressive in wanting your money, it starts to feel hostile, where free-to-play players understand that money needs to be made, but you can still make that feel bad, and that will make somebody go somewhere else. Now, as for rewards, they are planning on now fewer skins on the Battle Pass. They're dropping from 6
Crazy.
3 and 4 being paid to just 3 themed skins,
which will be
plus,
super
of course,
expensive
anything that's
probably.
going through the Hex Tech chests. And with there being less but better skins, they say they can just theme those like better with the champions. So the idea, right, is that more Hex Tech chests will potentially be more appealing than, say, a skin for a champion that you don't play or like want on the Battle Pass, because basically people do value the Hex Tech chests. But in terms of player value, this still does...
It's just like David Batsuki, whoever that is. They only care about the money anymore. Yeah, they only care about the money at this point. This is what happens if a finance guy gets CEO of a company.
represent a reduction.
They don't put players first anymore. They put investors first, stocks, I don't know.
Less mythic essence than before. So as all of this comes together, there are some wins, but it's a bit of a, we've taken steps back, we've taken a step forward. Are we worse off? Probably. Now, to many people, wrapping all of this up and thinking, good lord, it's only, March, and we've already had this many dramas in League, surely this is another example of enshittification. And with that, it's really no wonder that blame is falling to one man, Dylan J.
Wait, wasn't this Mel?
Anyway, the point is...
Here we go. Look, that's what I meant. This new CEO. Nicolo was also one of the CEOs I met. He was super nice as well. Nicolo is... Yeah, I mean, he is having a lot of kids. When I spoke to him, he spoke a lot about his kids. But yeah, he's a nice guy as well. I think he Yeah, I think he left Riot by now. I'm not sure what happened to him. But yeah, really nice guy as well. I think he led the company really good. But now we have finance there. Why? Why?
CEO of Riot Games since 2023. He started.
I don't understand.
Just before Riot's largest layoff round, so that was lovely. And to many people, this is when Riot began to slide down a slippery slope. Even though, of course, Dylan had been president of the Riot board since 2017. Now, obviously, it would be fair to ask if something has changed here, and actually, in this case, something did change.
Yeah.
So there's one thing. In 2022, the then CEO of Riot, Niccolo Laurent, announced that Riot had secured its 2023 budget, and that budget was, quote, the biggest of all time. Now, remember, Riot Games is 100% owned by Tencent, so this is a budget that would be agreed between the leaders of each company. And you might then be thinking, hang on a second, they secured their largest ever budget. That should be a good thing, but then they did layoffs, and they're now massively upping their monetization. What the hell happened?
Yeah, I think many people don't know, but Riot is relying a lot on outsourcing. A lot. Like, when I was there, probably half of the people who were doing, you know, champion art were not employed at Riot. We even had terms. Like, we had the rioters, we have... And... Okay, how do I make... Okay. How did we call them? I think it was rioters or something like that. But usually we just call them by their badge. Like, the red badges were the rioters, like people who were working at Riot. Then we had blue badges, we had yellow badges, and they basically just told you if someone was actually employed or if someone was only on contract or if someone was outsourced and stuff like this. So they are outsourcing a lot of stuff. Art, player support as well, for example. What else? Yeah, everything, actually. The only thing in Riot itself is a few devs, some artists, like a few of everything, but most of the people are marketing. Yeah, and legal, of course. We have a lot of legal people.
Well, at this stage,
when I was there. I have to say this because I don't know how it is now.
The answer is actually it's pretty damn simple. You see, if you've had a budget increase for 1 year and then you do layoffs, that actually does make sense. You see, whenever Riot did those layoffs, they actually had real good severance packages and, you know, all of that stuff. It costs you a lot of money in the now to lay people off. Of course, the entire point is you're changing the force structure of organization so that it can be more profitable as you move forward into the future. So that would be a short-term expensive move in order to, they would hope, long run, be more profitable. And of course, the justification of all of this, like more expensive skins and gacha and all of that stuff, has basically been for the amount of money it costs to make League. We are seeing, like, you know, the ratios of things are getting worse, so they need more money. Now, the way we had seen this publicly before was essentially the luxury skins, like as an example, that one from Arcane, the Faker skin that made a hell of a lot of headlines. That's one side of things. The other side of things,
Faker has an Ari skin?
Paying players into payers, basically into what the industry would call minnows. People who are not going to spend ludicrous amounts of money in all of the skins, but people who...
I didn't spend so much money in League as well, but the reason was so if you wait, can I say that? I mean, it's probably like an open secret, but if you are employed by Riot, you get like free stuff, a lot of free stuff. Like, even you probably saw it when I played, but even though I have like 17,000 RP on my account, which I haven't spent. So yeah, there's a lot. Like, I can buy a lot of stuff right now if I want to, but I don't know. I mean, I don't really use it because I don't have something. I don't play the game active enough to say, oh, I really need that. So right now it's just being there, and if I see something that I want, I just buy it. Yeah.
will buy every one of your battle passes. This is basically them trying to get that going. And that's why Hextech chests were initially just killed. But obviously, the Hextech chests are back. They are back, though, on the pass, because ultimately, how they're trying to bring up that base of revenue from their people who aren't big spenders.
But how do you get keys now? Because I have like 30 chests without keys. And apparently in the battle pass you get the chest with the keys. So it's like, okay, what do I do?
It's actually this where we start to see a similarity with Overwatch, but it's not the only similarity. This is all a psychological thing called anchoring, and it is in both games humongous. So what I want you to do is think about Overwatch when it came out, what people thought of Blizzard of that time, all of the good vibes, right? And the business model, all that stuff. Now, think about similar for Riot, and then think about this Reddit post, which just shows some of the change in tone, right? This Reddit post just kind of summarizes.
A creation tweet.
Staff gone. Riot Forge dead. List of aggressive monetization schemes, all that horrible stuff. That is what happens when you see your customers as cohorts, not individual people. When, you know, they're all cohorts split into groups, displayed in some...
This was... Okay, this was sarcastic. Sarcastic appreciation tweet. 500 plus employees laid off, Wild Forge killed, limited time only skin for FOMO, end of level up capsule, decent mythic essence acquisition, hexac chest, introduction of predatory gacha, keyword gacha wrong, degradation of skin quality, nerf battle pass, removal of honor orbs and capsules, degradation of clash events, removal of viewership. Damn.
Not individual people. When, you know, they're all cohorts split into groups, displayed in some analytics dashboard. But the thing is, while people make up a data set, and you can look at the average of the data set, people are still individual humans making individual decisions. That is the fundamental mistake that so many companies make. It's one that Blizzard made, and it's one that Riot just made here. It's all about anchoring. So most people will know about something called price anchoring.
Well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like, Riot was for a long time one of the biggest games because it was community first. People came because or came back to the game because they felt like the company will take good care of them. Even though the game might be a little bit shitty, you know, it felt like they were not taking themselves so seriously. They were joking with the community. They were doing things with the community, not against them, if this makes sense. And that's why they were so successful, because everything was being kind of decided with the community, and it was community first, and that's what made them big. And right now, what they are doing is all those people who were loyal for many years, they are being thrown off, and people feel betrayed because suddenly the company is hitting them into the face and being like, yeah, by the way, we don't need you that much. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense why the player numbers are declining now, and people going wild, you know, they are going crazy over the changes. Yeah.
Anchoring, it's the basic idea. If I say to you, hey, I'm going to sell you this item for $100. By saying $100, I've anchored the price perception of that item at $100. So if you counter offered me with $80 and I accepted your offer, you would feel, oh great, I got $20 off. But what if I actually never planned to sell that item at $100?
Yeah, we do the same in marketing. I feel I sometimes I feel bad for it, but it's always the same. You always go in and you're like, okay, I wanna go to, let's say, 25,000, you know, and now my counterpart will make a suggestion of 30,000, for example. So I go in with some ridiculous number, like 20,000, maybe even 15,000. And my counterpart is like, oh shoot, okay, what do I do here? And they suggest, okay, let's try to find a way out of that. Maybe they suggest 27,000. Then you are like, okay, let's meet somewhere in the middle. Let's say 25,000, and then you have the 25,000 that you wanted from the beginning anyway. I mean, it's simple negotiations, but yeah. And sometimes it works. Sometimes you get them even lower, and then you're like, okay, let's proceed, and then you get a good price out of it. I mean, yeah.
Said 100 to anchor us at a higher number as basically a negotiation tactic. That's one example of psychological anchoring. It happens with games, business models, and stuff like that as well. So
happening every day.
Games that have had loot boxes
I use it in my own business as well.
Removed from Overwatch. You could say that, well, people's arguments about gambling sort of patterns, that those actually got through. And the direct purchases, even if there's some FOMO, are still less predatory because you know exactly what you are getting. And all of that may be true. But Overwatch players went and played the new game, and they found that the new system felt worse, even though loot boxes are pretty predatory and flawed, right? They fundamentally are just...
I don't play the new Overwatch, by the way. I don't play it anymore.
That's because so many
I was thinking sometimes about playing it, and recently someone suggested, hey, I want to play Overwatch. And I was like, no, I will not install this game anymore. I will not play this game anymore on my PC. Not gonna happen. I like the characters, they are cool, but the game can stay where it is.
Loot boxes, which could have a nice reward, they slowly got a skin and they felt good, even if they never engaged in the degen gambling site. Overwatch 2 removed that. And those players began to feel like, hang on a second, I'm not getting anything as I play. I don't care about this battle pass junk. Now I feel bad. A psychological thing called the over-justification effect, which removes the intrinsic joy that you have in playing a game. That kicks into gear, and suddenly people are not motivated to play Overwatch 2.
Yeah, what a surprise.
Anchoring and then messing up the players.
Yeah, Overwatch 2, like Overwatch. By the way, we remove all the free stuff. All the people are leaving that were not buying stuff. Blizzard, Pikachu face. It's crazy. Like, I don't understand how people make so stupid decisions. It doesn't get into my brain.
With Riot, we actually see a similar pattern. Now, Riot is not doing what Blizzard did. They actually did not fully implement the removal of the hex tech chests. Those are going to be coming
Not
back.
yet.
That's Riot fundamentally
Not
realizing
yet.
that this is not about taking one cohort of players and turning them from free players into minnows. It's not just that, even though that is their goal. No, it's about individual players and how playing the game makes them feel. And they've basically realized, no, these loot boxes, the hex tech chests, they actually do need to stay because they're a part of our audience's expectation. And what they're doing is they are harnessing that to achieve their strategic aim of putting more people in the battle pass. So many people will still see
it's
this
so
as a win.
stupid because you will see it every day. It's I don't know how you call it, but let's just call it, it's the mobile tactic. You know, when you play mobile games, you get they will shove those offers into your face. You have a million different passes. You have a lot of offers like 1,000, 5,000, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000% of value. Those kind of things, you know. And they will shove it into your face to make you see what you could get, and until you give in. And it's the same tactic. You will play for free. But every time you want to claim something, you will see the other rewards you could have gotten. Every time. So the more you play, the more often you will also see what you could have gotten if you would have paid 3 euros, 5 euros, you know. And the idea is, okay, at some time you are like, you know what? I'm playing this game so much, I could spend this money. And that's the goal here. I hate those tactics so much. It's so stupid. Like, removing something someone enjoys and replacing it with a system which is made to do you something you would usually not do is, it's personally it's against my morals. No, I don't know how to call it, but it's something that I don't really like, and it's something that I will try best to avoid in Vizora as well. I mean, on Minecraft, for example, on a Minecraft server, we did had battle passes. If I remember correctly. Well, did we? No, it wasn't in planning. We had ranks, but we didn't have the battle pass yet. But even in the battle pass, everything is free. And even with the ranks that we had, like, you can easily get a rank that you can, like the VIP rank, you can easily get it. Like, you don't have to pay to get some pays to get crazy stuff. You can just play. It's how do you call it? Play. Wait. Yeah, play to win. Exactly. Play to win, not pay to win. There we go. And that's the system that Vizora, for example. You know. This is a lot of safe advertising, I just realized. But yeah, it's how it goes. Like it's it will always be play to win, not pay to win. Like, the more you play, the better rewards you get. If you want to pay, you can do it. There will be a limit, but you can technically do it. But it will not give you as big as an advantage as if you would just play the game normally, you know.
They basically said, no, we want Hextech chests, and now they've got Hextech chests. But what Riot have done is they've ensured that Hextech chests are now being acquired by players in a way that meets their strategic business goals by furthering that battle pass. But it's not all rosy, and that's got people concerned, because while they were announcing all of this...
Yeah, but the issue is that this is happening right now, but what will happen next year, you know? Like, obviously, when they see it works, and they will try different stuff again, and it will just keep getting worse, in my personal view.
Held to the line that their previous business model was, quote, unsustainable.
It was not unsustainable. This is a lie. It's a lie.
Less aggressive asks for money in the future. Now, there are some other changes made to appease players, and they're pretty good. Stuff like reducing the cost of all champions by 50% for the next patch to basically make the game more approachable to new players, addressing concerns about missing features by confirming that your shop will return. People were not pleased that your shop disappeared because, well, it was tailored to you and that could actually be useful. They're also bringing back the Blue Essence Emporium, and they're bringing back monthly Clash tournaments with a confirmed schedule. That stuff is good, and Meddler from Riot has stated that they will still have to do something. This is regarding the business model, but this round of changes did not work. And that does mean we are not finished with this conversation.
Oh no, what is happening now?
At some point, and those changes will be...
okay, it's for the future. Yeah, there is something to come. We just don't know what it is yet.
Which means that to the conspiracy-minded, the people who thought, oh, this was Riot's plan all along, they were always going to do this, remove things completely, face backlash, and then introduce a compromise that will be worse than what people, originally had, but would be somewhat acceptable in comparison. The classic, take two away, give one back. Yeah, I get that. I mean, I don't think it's a smart move to make, but I don't think they did that because, honestly, this completely backfired. This has been a disaster. They've just walked things back, and they're now trying to set the expectation of, okay, guys, so this is better, but we're still not there yet. We're still kind of unsustainable. Shit. And that makes Riot look weak, look directionless, and also look like something not worthy of investing your time in, because
this is crazy.
Are admitting that they have fundamental problems with the business model of this game. That does mean
they don't have problems. I don't know why they are doing that. Like, from what I heard, they don't have issues, and I don't know why they are doing those things. Like, it's probably, my guess would be investors or Tencent pushing them to make more money, but they don't have financial issues. Like, it's fine. Like, the company is doing good. It's just people or investors or whatever, they have different expectations of Riot, and forcing them into a position which let them make stupid decisions, and it's so annoying.
That even if these changes are
I mean, Tencent is also crazy. I mean,
one step
sorry.
Forward.
Every frame he looks weird. Okay, let's leave it at that. Because, I mean, Tencent is having a lot of companies. Like, many doesn't know, for example, or doesn't expect Epic Games, for example. They are also owned by Tencent. Yeah, like, it's crazy. And there are so many companies owned by them, I'm pretty sure when we see it in Riot, it will also happen to some other companies, you know, because Tencent is trying a lot of stuff. They are trying what will work, what will not work. They are testing their limits. That's my personal opinion. But, you know, they are testing what they can do and what they cannot do, so that they can, in the future, optimize how to get a larger amount of money, maybe also in different games, you know. Battle passes. It has been for ages in Fortnite. Now it's coming over to other companies. But yeah, I don't know.
Happy for that one step. That still comes with a tinge of, we're worse than we were before, and we are damn sure it's going to be worse in the future, because we know basically how FUBAR Riot situation seems to be. Rough. Absolutely rough.
Yeah.
A lesson in player psychology and how you need to treat your players not as the aggregate that you could predict in some sort of financial
I agree.
No. You treat them as single individual people. Do that. Think about the psychology and how people feel, and then you will not have stupid dramas
Exactly.
like this that erode confidence in your game. Because by eroding that confidence, they have probably hurt their business, right?
Yes.
And that means that whenever they do need to make more money, they're going to have to make even more money, because
because they have to revert everything.
I don't know how companies with so many psychologists, so many people so well paid to work in monetization, so routinely make these kinds of basic errors of like.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's investors or something like that.
Anyway, do you know what's also insane to me? This next story. It's about WB Games.
What?
I titled it like basically AAA failing, because it wraps up in one beautiful, horrible story exactly the last decade and a bit of just shit going wrong. I think
I'm confused. What's going on? Oh, it's this video. This is why AAAs are dying out. Devs leak. Damn, okay. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean... Oh, how much was it? Like, indie games are really getting more popular again. Like, indie games are like... Was it 50% or even more on Steam? Which is crazy. Like, the revenue on Steam. So, yeah. Yeah. But it's interesting because... Wait, what happened to the chat? Chat? What happened to you? I just noticed that you are gone. Let me restart everything. I have to restart this first. I cannot see my chat right now. I hope there was no new message that I missed. Okay, this one is back. No, I have to restart this one. Yeah. Okay. Activate. Wait, what? I cannot find the YouTube stream right now. Wait, are we offline on YouTube? I have to check this. No, we are still there. Oh, now it found everything. Okay. Let me restart the overlay. And then, hopefully, the chat will come back. Maybe my hubs. I don't know. Okay, maybe not. It's not working at the moment. It is what it is. It is what it is. Wait, what? I'm getting new messages. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Hello chat. Oh. Hello Alice, how is it going? For some reason it's not working on the screen right now. I don't really know what the issue is. But it is what it is. We will work with what we have. Okay, so the last video for today. I don't know if I will do the Japanese learning, to be honest. I was preparing for it mentally. But given that we are streaming for 4 hours, I don't know when to do it. I don't want to move it any further, to be honest. Maybe we can do a quick hiragana stuff to see where we are at. And then, I don't know, next Monday or something we can... I don't know, no, Monday will be crazy, actually. But now I was hoping that my work schedule will slow down, but Monday it will go up again. It's already going crazy. It's so annoying. I was like, oh, finally, time to breathe, and then it's like, bam, no way. Yeah. So I don't know if I will be able to learn on Monday. But yeah, we will look into hiragana for a bit, and then we will see how my brain feels after it. Okay, but first, we will check Necrit. It's a new video from 10 days ago. And it's Riot revealed why Riot Forge died. Let's see why it died. What happened there? What happened?
Do you want to know why Riot Forge died?
Yeah.
Do you want to hear Riot's MMO mentioned?
Yeah.
Do you want to know why all the layoffs happened?
Yeah.
Well, all of that was just revealed in a new talk that came out about 3 weeks ago.
Nice.
There, as part of the 2025 DICE talks,
Let's check it out.
Tryndamere talked about Riot Games and their never-ending quest to build great experiences.
Yeah.
I know, the title sounds a bit silly, but it is an interesting look into how Riot currently operates.
Okay, let's take a look.
This talk lines up with everything that is currently happening in League of Legends and beyond. On top of this, what surprised me the most is that this talk went into a lot of juicy details. And
Really?
So, because you might not want to watch
I haven't seen it
30
actually.
minute talk, I'll break it down for you.
Okay,
so
let's check.
It all starts with a quick story of how Riot started.
Yeah.
Last time Tryndamere was at DICE was back in 2008, which, just so you know, was before League even came out. Back then,
Yeah.
Riot had about 25 people.
Wait. When was League released again? Was it 2009? When is a game retro? Was it 20 years? I think it was 20 years, no? In a few years, League will be retro. This is insane, isn't it? In a few years, it will be actually retro. Officially retro. Like, you can go to people and can be like, you wanna play a cool retro game? Which one? League of Legends. This is crazy.
And they all had one goal, to make something great for themselves. Because if you look around, that's how all the best projects are made. Statistically, there are simply more people that like what you like. But of course, Tryndamere also adds that they didn't want to fail, they didn't want to let everyone down, they didn't want to lose their investors' money and go back to their normal job.
The investor mentioned. Uh-oh. That's what I said. It's the investor fault. Why is the chat still not working? This is annoying me a little bit now. Why is it gone? Did I click something here? No. The production server is on. I don't know. Well, it is what it is.
So fast forward to today, and Riot
I did what I can do.
changed the gaming space.
I
But as
tried
Mark
my
mentioned,
best.
Over time, the team realized that the same principles they held back then must be true today as well. Now,
Yeah.
here's the catch. These glorious
I sent you the drawings on Discord. Okay, I can check it after the stream.
These principles have not always been held at Riot. There were some darker times, and we'll get to those. But regardless if their team size beats 25 or 5,000, they had to keep the same principles true. With the first principle being, know your audience. In order to make something great,
If you would know your audience, you wouldn't do this crappy beta pass thing. Just saying. Oh, What the heck am I doing?
Themselves had to be immersed in their own community.
Yes.
And truth be told, if you look at the original team that made League of Legends, they all came from people who made the Dota mod or who were fans of the mod.
Yes.
So they all liked MOBAs and they just made their own MOBA. In
Yes.
other words, League started from the people who were just part of the community.
Yes.
And today, you can see the same principle reflect in something like 2XKO, where that game is absolutely focusing on the fighting game community. Now, I would argue that there has to be some leniency. For example, I would love to be part of 2XKO, but I can tell you right now, I am not really gonna enjoy the PvP parts.
Yeah, I'm not a big fighting game fan as well, to be honest.
Really like it if there was some kind
Not like that.
of single player mode.
I
mean,
like
that's how
Bleach,
I
but
played
it's
Soul
not
Calibur
really
when I was
that
a
way.
kid. I didn't have friends to play with. And look
What?
at me now with my dyslexia, that's where my name came from. And so if 2XKO had some kind of a story mode, I would be part of that. But then their focus wouldn't be purely on the fighting game community.
Really?
So this is a matter of priorities. What's also cool is that you can see this principle reflecting in other game studios too. For example, the head of the Helldivers game said that a game for everyone is a game for no one. The second principle
that's
is that
interesting.
they have to make sure that the entire structure of their company can support the right behavior. Again, here we can definitely remember some moments where that wasn't the case at Riot, which is why they also restructured a couple of times already. With the third principle being that they have to be relentless about building great teams. Once again, there was a time where this wasn't the case. As you'll see later, that's what eventually led into the layoffs. After which Mark mentioned that these three principles always have to stay true in order for Riot to make great things. However, that doesn't mean that these three principles guarantee a success. They only give you a chance at making something successful. And so next, he went into how these principles are actually applied.
Cosplay, esport, and what is the fourth? The first one? Community, probably.
The mission of we want to make good games. But over time, it was refined into we aspire to make it better to be a player. Now that is a loaded thing to say. Because when it comes to gameplay specifically, yes, I would argue Riot is doing that. Their games are refined and polished. Now, when it comes to what's around these games, specifically talking about monetization,
oh boy, here we go.
To make it better to
Here we
be a player.
freaking go.
Of course, in this talk, he is focusing on the gameplay and the culture.
Why is there a Weibo symbol, by the way?
And Mark even
Isn't this a
adds,
Chinese platform? Why is it there?
that's how Riot found their success. It was mostly the players who did all of that. And it all came out of Riot understanding their core players. It's all the people who see gaming as a lifestyle.
Yes.
Because these are the people that would travel across the entire world for an esports event.
Yeah.
They are the people who craft
Probably.
awesome cosplays. Or the ones who put together big communities and game guides about how to be better at the game.
Yes.
And over time, Riot realized that if they serve these smaller niche communities really well, they respect their commitments and their time invested in the game, obvious progression jokes aside, they are the ones who spread the word about the games around.
Exactly.
And through this kind of referral, League of Legends grew. And as was mentioned, as it grew, it could become the player's identity. Which is something that brings back quite the memories. Because back in my day, everyone always fought over what's the best game. Some people were WoW players. Some others were Call of Duty players.
Yeah, I remember those conversations. I remember this. You had different camps. There was also the mobile, not mobile, but like browser game people who were hanging out the whole freaking day on a freaking mobile, and why do I say mobile? Browser game website where they were playing Flash games or something like this. It's crazy.
Players. But eventually, people also call themselves League players.
Yeah.
Now, over the years, this idea of only focusing
League
on one
players.
game kinda
Are you
died
a
down.
League player?
I think the last game to do this was Fortnite. But I'm not young, so I don't know what kids do these days. Do they call themselves Roblox players?
I don't know. Oh.
Anyway, all of this only has value.
Interesting. Are you a Roblox player?
Always looked at from
Are you a Robloxer, a Minecrafter?
Production value, or the question, how well is it made? But also there is resonance, or how well does it resonate with the targeted audience? With resonance being a massive key leading towards success, but it also brings up an interesting topic. Because once you resonate with one audience, there is the chance you are alienating everyone else.
Yeah.
Riot? That's okay. That's why, for example, 2xKO might not be exactly for me because of their creative choices. Here, Tryndamere also gave us another example. Valorant is a tactical shooter that is all about buying gear.
Yes.
It's a genre of a specific game, which we have a lot of. And so to stand out from everyone else, Riot focused on the things the community craved for. Stuff like high-tech servers, netcode, or even anti-cheat.
That's true.
Yes, regardless of what people think about Vanguard, you can't argue against how powerful it is. We've gone through the numbers before. Vanguard removed about 98% of
it's crazy.
Riot Games.
That's
but
true.
all of this is still on the topic of resonance. So then comes the production value. Again, when we have a look at Valorant, according to Riot, production value was crucial. However, Tryndamere also brings up something like Balatro. Balatro didn't really have production
what happened
value,
there?
but it had amazing resonance.
Yeah.
That's how that game blew up. Which brings us into the next topic, which is Arcane. We all know
let's
the story
go.
by now. When Arcane was being pitched, it was during a time when video game adaptations were not doing well.
Yeah.
That's because everyone was going for mass appeal. But Arcane didn't do that. Arcane focused on the League audience first, and they believed that if the story was good enough, it would find its way out. However, if Arcane became a critically acclaimed success, but the players still didn't like it, Riot would still fail. And so instead of going to a Hollywood studio, Arcane was run by Alex and Christian, two Rioters who previously worked as player support. They then collaborated with a studio they worked with before, which was Fortiche, and so they took the same excitement and they pushed it all towards Arcane.
Nice.
Where we get to the big part. Because next, Tryndamere mentions that some decisions, for example, the chasing of Arcane, were easier when Riot was smaller. But as companies grow with
because you don't have how is the saying going? If you have too many cooks, they spoil the brew or something like that. Yeah. Too many cooks spoil the brew. I think it was something like that.
With more people, disorder and mediocrity creeps its way in. And so Riot found out that a great way to combat this is culture. Now yes, under the wrong circumstances, this may sound like Riot is becoming a cult. But thankfully, under the current circumstances...
But there are many cool events in Riot. I remember many cool events. Even Riot Rumble, like having a internal tournament, playing the games that you work for is probably one of the most effective ways to get, you know, people back into the culture of the game, because you actually have to work with other people in the company to play the game that you make. Basically, you know, you have to try your best to compete with each other, to make the best plays, to play the game actually. So
that does not seem to be the case. And so culture is of course a very difficult thing to talk about. For Riot, they want to make sure that everyone is aligned on the same mission. They want their employees to be fired up and make something cool. And the way you can achieve this, and I quote, is if the leaders walk the walk. In other words, the leaders have to be part of the company's culture themselves.
Yes.
The key point being that in the past, there were some other companies that tried to fire up their own cultures, but with the wrong approach, there are massively disastrous outcomes. One example...
Blizzard. What? Blizzard? Who said Blizzard? I don't know, it's getting kind of cold here for some reason. So, you know, there's like a blizzard here out of sudden. I don't know where it came from. It's crazy.
Well, could be Blizzard.
Oh god. Yeah. You cannot predict those things. How does this keep happening? The same happened in Doki Doki the other day. Like I say something and a second later it appears on the screen. This is crazy. This is crazy.
You may remember some darker times there, but of course, let's not forget that Riot also had some of these moments. And
yeah.
So now Tryndamere calls the...
But I don't know, in Riot, when I remember the scandal happening. I was talking to colleagues. I was like, did you hear anything about that? And everyone was like, no, this is a crazy situation. Yeah, like apparently it only happened to like really specific people. So yeah, and people, I don't know, maybe they didn't want to tell me as well. I don't know. But when I asked around about it, because I was like, what the heck is going on? No one was like, oh yeah, I hear that. No one. Everyone was like, no, this is the first time. This is actually crazy. And people were doing something against it. Like every team that like had measures to see if something similar is going on in their team. So yeah. Blizzard, World of Warcraft reference? No, there was just, you know, there was a blizzard going on my mountain for some reason. But now it's gone. I don't know what happened. It's crazy.
The culture, an invisible membrane that holds Riot Games together. He even gave us an example of how it works. When the culture is strong, when something happens that would be outside of the normal scope, people tend to question it.
Yes.
Which is good. It either leads to improvements from the teams, or it leads to individual learning.
Yes.
In contrast, when a company has
wait, why did the color change?
Something abnormal happens, the employees are not gonna question it, and they will just do whatever they are told to do. Because they don't believe that challenging it would have any results. Now, hearing this from the head of Riot Games is interesting. Because here, Tryndamere told us that they want their employees to challenge their own decisions. But that, of course, is only possible if everyone is aligned in the same culture. Again, even the leadership has to be part of it. He even adds in a quote that is pretty good.
One question that I think we all need to ask ourselves and that we ask ourselves is, are people more honest in the meeting, or are they more honest after the meeting?
Yeah. This is a really good point, actually. Yeah, people should be honest in the meeting. It's just, you know, it's the same approach as with people. Like, you prefer someone to tell you the truth, even if it's ugly, because it's better if they tell you the truth rather than backstabbing you, you know, and talking badly behind your back. It's better to have it in your face, so you are aware of what's going on there, than people talking behind your back.
Really big part, the layoffs. Tryndamere mentions that there were times where becoming a Rioter was just awesome. Riot Games was making one really good game at the time, and as more and more people actively wanted to be part of Riot Games, Riot kinda gave in to the excitement and they kept recruiting more people. And so they get a lot of new people without even asking if they get any value from them, even when recruiting.
Okay, yeah. No, I cannot talk about this yet. After my NDA is over, I might talk about it. I mean, there were some people... Oh, actually, I can talk about it. I mean, I will not say any names anyway. Yeah, there were some people as well that I knew in Riot where I was like, how did this person get into this position? And I told them as well, I was like, dude, you are doing nothing. And they reported me to HR. This was so crazy. But yeah, I'm a person who tells you in your face when something bad happens. I'm going to you. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? What the frick are you doing? And I told it to them. I was like, dude, what are you actually doing? You are doing like 3 things a day, and that's all you do in the company. And they was like, oh, this is so disrespectful. I'm gonna report you. And they actually reported me. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's crazy. Like, people are not doing anything over the whole duration of the day, and then they wonder why people come to them and tell them that they are not doing anything. And you are asking yourself, okay, why is this person in this position? There's a reason why you need 2 persons in this one position. It's because one is not doing enough, because one is not doing anything, and no one is doing anything against it. Like there are like this how do you call it, disciplinary measures, but they are not sticking to it. So why are you not removing them? So okay, yeah, no, this makes sense. This makes sense. This makes sense.
Apparently, the strategy was still to talk about their great benefits, which resulted in something interesting.
We were essentially positioning the company as Disneyland, right? Like how amazing it is to work there, and how great it is for them.
Yeah, and people will get a lot of stuff in Riot. I hope I can talk about this, but I really hope I can talk about this. But Rioters get so much stuff. I don't know if it's still the same as back then, but you get like game vouchers. You can spend money in games outside of Riot every year, and it's not a little amount. Like I think, how much was it? I think it was 500 euro. You can just spend as you want. You can just go on Steam and you can put it on the payroll from Riot. You can just buy, I don't know, you can just buy GTA 6 for you and your friends, and it will be on Riot's payroll. It's insane. And then you also get like a huge amount of RP you can give away. You get free Riot merch, like Riot swag gifts. You get a lot of free stuff. A lot of free stuff. It's crazy.
Rather than how important it is and how hard it is and how critical it is that we constantly strive to make things better for our audience. We lost sight of how much effort and deliberate effort it takes to keep the company focused on players, which led to lower performance and then ultimately to Riot's first big round of layoffs ever back in 2024.
And so Riot simply got hired because people wanted
Luckily, I left before that.
to work for them. And Riot wanted to be seen as one of those companies.
No, I'm just joking. I think I performed well, I hope. I did a lot of things, so I hope I performed well. But I left because I didn't like the direction the company was going. TLDR.
Which of course means later people had to be let go. And Tryndamere even confirms that's what led into the big layoffs in 2024. After which we immediately go into another massive topic, which is Riot Forge.
Oh, yeah, I'm really interested about that. Even from Rioters, I haven't heard so much about it. I heard that it closed, but I haven't been told a real reason why. Like, an actual reason that makes sense.
Where Riot lended their IP to indie companies, and they allowed them to make indie games with the characters of League of Legends.
Okay, so what will he say?
Info we got. Apparently, from the beginning, the goal of Riot Forge was to acquire new players.
Yes.
But that's not really what happened, is it? We all know that the Forge games were amazing for all of the people who love League's universe.
Yeah.
And we always thought that's the point of Riot Forge.
Yeah.
To give League players something they would love, which they did. In that regard, all of the games were a massive hit. But now we've learned that was not the goal at all. It was the other way around.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, then it makes sense. It makes sense. But still, it's still why people are buying it. No, it's you are still taking a win out of this.
Supposed to get
I don't know.
New players. And unfortunately, Riot Forge failed at that. Because as Tryndamere puts it, why would the players who don't know anything about League be excited to get games that tell stories from League? What's crazy is that apparently Riot knew that this would be an issue from the very beginning, but because of the size of the company, it was too slow to make any adjustments. And so while even Tryndamere admitted that these games were good, they did not align with the broad League of Legends audience.
Okay. No, it makes sense. Okay. I understand though.
It wasn't the fault of the game developers. This was just Riot not having the culture to lead them in the right way, which resulted in Riot Forge being shut down.
Okay, makes sense.
A quick part where Tryndamere talks about the leadership.
I think I talked about it in the beginning where I complained about, okay, why don't you work more with those developers, you know? I think I talk a little bit about it when I talk about Chrono Shift, but yeah.
There he talks about all the people who are a part of the gaming communities, who are also making Riot Games, after which the Riot MMO gets mentioned.
Oh.
To earn the opportunity to then serve this community for a long time to come. This is how Riot has and should continue to approach every new opportunity for players. Whether it's getting back to fundamentals in some of our live games that have been live for a long time, or whether it's setting our sights on new crazy ambitious challenges that we're trying to tackle, like finding ways to add value to the FGC, or even perhaps to the MMO community.
Yeah,
so yes, the
let's
Riot
go.
MMO is still alive. Riot
still
is still working
breathing.
on it, and they are making sure it aligns with the MMO communities. And that's kind of all we learned.
But that's good.
And so, to summarize the most important thing to take away from this, should a company make something great, they should know their audience, they should serve that audience, and they shouldn't lose focus on what they want to make. That could be why the MMO was restarted. Maybe they did lose focus, and now they are making a true MMO again. And so, from this entire talk, you can imagine what the comment section looks like. Riot MMO mentioned. Randomly mentioning the MMO is such a Riot Games move, to be honest. He
Oh
said
my god.
MMO. MMO when?
Yeah. Oh boy, this reminds me when L10 happened, the League 10 anniversary. I don't know if they did it. I think they did it on the live stream as well. But I remember so many people laughed when the new, they had like the Riot Games logo showing up, and they made the S in Riot Games blink a lot. Yeah. Oh, it's the end. Oh, oops. So this was the last video for today, and I definitely don't think I have. Wait, the chat is working again. Kind of. It's still broken, but it's kind of working. But yeah, this was League, how we are destroying Riot. I think I gave a lot of input at some points, especially in the beginning when we talk about ownership. I kind of talk about a lot of things. But yeah. Do I have enough energy for freaking... I don't know. Okay, yeah, I don't know. My brain is at the limit after almost 5 hours of streaming. But I don't want to move job. We're gonna really quickly jump into the game. Where is Yuken Kana? There. Let me change the title on the screen as well. We're gonna do one quick hiragana test and see how much I unlearned. Wait, is it Yuken Kana? There we go. Okay, let me start the game. You will probably already be able to hear it. I just really quickly have to change it on Twitch. Yuken Kana. And then Japanese, wait, quick hiragana test. That's what we're gonna do. If we feel like it, if we think our brain is still working enough, which is probably not the case, you can already notice it. Oh, I forgot to put the screen on. Chotomate kudasai. Yeah, it is. Yeah, so we will do one quick hiragana test again to freshen up our knowledge, and hopefully next week my brain will be back to normal and we can actually continue with katakana, because it's right now I feel bad for leaving it there for such a long time, but our brain is just damaged by the amount of work we currently have. I really hope it will calm down next week. I mean, beginning of the week, no, it will not calm down. That's what I know already. But hopefully towards the end of the week, it will calm down. Yeah. Okay, but let's do a quick test. a quick challenge, see how far we can get. And yeah, then we will call it a day. Okay, so what do we have? We have key. No, this is Q die 10, right? Yes. Okay, then we have G. Oh, G die. She die. What? She die. She die. Knee? What does that mean? Gradually. What the heck? Okay. Ochiko Bo. This is Rai, right? Ryuwu. Okay. Iponka. What? Oh, it's an A. Ipanka. Okay. Oh my goodness. Torimato Muru. It's not no. Naru? I don't know. I will try a different one. God dang it. What is happening? Asekikan. Dosu. Bunsu. Oh my god, what is this word? Manga. Wait, what is that again? Sa? Yeah. Oh, manga coffee. Okay. Pesa. Iji Keru. Okay. Oh my god. Oh god, we are running out of time. Oh my god, what are those words? Which one do I start with? Akatsuki no. So no. I don't accept this defeat. We will do one more. I don't accept this. Okay. One more. Okay. Tohishitsu. Misu. Boso. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wait. This is Sho. Shoka. Oh god. Sai. Yeah. Okay, which one was this? This was Ne. Was it Ne? Neki. Shida. What was the first one? I will click on it actually. Oh, it was new. God dang it. Okay. Kadan. Batsu. Do I still have to solve that one? I don't know. Okay, wait, this one was Nugamawaru. What was that one? God dang it. It was Meh. Oh god dang it. Megamawaru. Okay. Oh my god. No, I am failing. God dang it. This was even worse than the other one. Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, we should stop here. My brain is just getting worse and worse the longer we are here. But next time, hopefully everything will work out. I really need to get back to Japanese. Oh my god. Yeah. You did it? Okay, yeah. It's just... my brain is still in work mode. And I really hope it will turn... we will be fine next week, to be honest. Inappropriate is possible. I don't know. Next week the inappropriate can be brought, but not this week. This week is not so good. There was a lot of work to do, but our brain will hopefully be able to recover until the next time we will go into Japanese. Okay, but this will be it for today. Tomorrow there's no stream actually. Tomorrow I will do some other things. But on Sunday there will be another stream. We will be playing Claire Obscure again. We will get back to it. And I also, thanks to Kiwawa, I found the secret finally from the room. Apparently you can destroy items. If you remember, we played the game and there was a room where we switch a lot of buttons and we were looking what's the secret, and Kiwawa found the secret, so we will check it out when we are getting into this weird castle thing the next time. Yeah, okay, but this will be it for today. Thanks for watching. I will hopefully make you proud the next time we will go back to Japanese. And yeah, Otsuriyo. Bye bye. This is the wrong stream. I'm sorry. I don't know what I did. We are not watching Breaking Bad. I clicked the wrong button. Okay, but now bye bye. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. I'm so sorry. What? Goodbye, Akai. Have a nice evening. I wish you watching Fixing Good. Okay. We are watching Fixing Good, yeah. Okay. Yeah, have a good night, everyone. Good night or good day. Whatever time it is. I don't know.